You felt it, that spark of anticipation, that deep internal sense that something is finally about to click. You've been holding the vision, focusing with clarity, doing the work. You can feel the energy building, the outcome materializing, the breakthrough arriving. And then, nothing. It stalls. It fades. It evaporates. Something unseen interferes, just before it becomes real. This isn't your imagination. This is the phenomenon we call signal collapse failure. The moment you feel aligned, the second the shift is near, an invisible force interferes with your signal. Not outside you, not from others, but from within. You were almost there, and then it was gone. This series is built on one bold idea. Doubt is not just an emotional hiccup. It is a measurable distortion in your quantum field. When you feel torn, uncertain, split, or scattered, you aren't just having a bad mindset day. You are scrambling the wave signal of your reality before it even stabilizes. We're going far beyond pop manifestation advice. This is not about just thinking positively or forcing affirmations. We're going deeper into the physics of consciousness, the mechanics of internal coherence, and the silent energetic sabotage most people are completely unaware of. Let's strip it down to the core. Your field either collapses cleanly into a manifested reality, or it collapses into static, feedback, and interference. You either create outcomes or you cancel them. And most people are stuck in the second category without knowing why. So what exactly causes this collapse failure? It's not laziness, not incompetence, not bad luck. It's doubt, and not the kind you consciously acknowledge. This is microdoubt, deep, persistent background noise, contradictory energetic messaging, beliefs that conflict with your desires, emotions that don't match your outcomes. All of it adds up to a jamming frequency that blocks manifestation right at the point of collapse. Think of your field like a wave of probability. Before anything becomes real, it exists in a range of possible outcomes. Your emotion, your focus, and your energetic clarity determine which version of reality becomes the one you experience. That moment of transition, the collapse point, is fragile. It needs precision. But if you're projecting multiple competing signals, if you're doubting just enough to destabilize the field, the collapse fails. You create interference instead of coherence. You get a stalled outcome, a delayed breakthrough, or a manifestation that arrives distorted, diminished, or not at all. And here's the most important truth. This is happening all the time. Even when you think you're aligned. That's the key. Most interference is invisible to your conscious mind. It's like trying to tune into a radio station but forgetting your phone is generating static from a background app. You don't hear the interference, but it's jamming the signal anyway. Over the next 4 hours, we are going to systematically expose these hidden distortions, decode the quantum mechanics behind personal manifestation, and show you exactly how to eliminate energetic noise from your field. You will learn how your inner conflict functions exactly like quantum superposition, why your brain is not the source of your reality, but a filter for your frequency, the real reason your affirmations fall flat, and how to tune them properly, how emotional inconsistency creates a beat pattern that cancels your outcomes, the forgotten collapse point where all manifestation either succeeds or fails, why your past traumas are still broadcasting noise into your future, how to stabilize the frequency of your desired timeline long enough for it to become real. And we're not just exploring theory. You're going to learn how to tune your field, remove internal signal contradictions, and unlock clean reality collapse, where desire, emotion, belief, and identity are unified. You'll walk away with field-based manifestation rituals, frequency anchoring tools, and identity hacking methods that aren't just interesting, they're functional. They recalibrate you. And make no mistake, you are going to be challenged. Because signal collapse failure isn't just about clearing your thoughts. It's about becoming a coherent being. It's about transforming your energetic structure so that nothing inside you says no when you reach for what you want. Starts now. Next, we explore a truth most people never consider. You don't just experience conflicting thoughts. You are experiencing multiple versions of yourself at the same time. And that's not a metaphor. It's quantum superposition. and it may be the hidden reason your outcomes never fully lock into place. Let's break it wide open. You want clarity. You want certainty. You want results. But there's a problem you've never named out loud. One part of you says, let's go. Another part whispers, but what if this isn't safe? One version sees opportunity. Another quietly scans for disaster. One version imagines success. Another prepares for failure. This is not indecision. This is not overthinking. This is superposition, and it's not just a quantum physics concept. It's the architecture of your consciousness. In the quantum world, particles don't exist in a fixed state until observed. They exist in multiple possible states simultaneously. This is called superposition. The particle is here and there, moving and not moving, possible and not possible, until the act of measurement collapses it into one outcome. Now translate that to your energetic state. You're not just thinking one thought. You're holding multiple identities, each with their own signal. You want the promotion, but you're afraid of being seen. You want the relationship, but you're protecting yourself from rejection. You want visibility, but you fear being judged. You want money, but associate wealth with loss of freedom. These contradictions are not irrational. They are overlapping probabilities inside your field. Multiple selves are broadcasting their version of reality, all at once. And your field, like the quantum particle, doesn't collapse cleanly. Collapses erratically. Collapses weakly. Collapses into noise. This is why you feel like you're almost there all the time. Because you are. But another version of you is simultaneously pulling away. This isn't about fixing your mindset. This is about unifying your field. Let's break it down deeper. In quantum mechanics, the observation of a particle collapses its wave function. One state becomes real, while all other potentials vanish. But if the observer is incoherent, or the measurement interferes with the system, it doesn't cleanly collapse. The outcome becomes distorted. In your case, you are the observer. And if you, the observer, are fragmented, the reality you collapse will be just as fractured. This is how self-sabotage happens. It's not because you're weak. It's because your field is trying to collapse into two opposing outcomes at the same time. This is signal conflict at its core. Here's what it looks like in practice. You launch a business, but energetically remain tethered to job security conditioning. You enter a relationship, but your subconscious is still expecting abandonment. You set a financial goal, but part of your field associates money with danger or judgment. No matter how aligned you feel, the collapse will fail. The signal is split. The wave doesn't know which probability to lock into. This inner split isn't just emotional. It's measurable. Your body may feel energized one moment, anxious the next. Your thoughts shift from focus to distraction without clear cause. Your emotions feel hot-cold, yes-no, accelerate, brake. You are shifting between field states without realizing it. Now here's the crucial part. Superposition isn't inherently bad. It represents potential. But if left unmanaged, it prevents collapse, keeps you stuck in indecision, emotional contradiction, and energetic instability. So what's the solution? Coherence. Coherence means one thought, one emotion, one signal, one identity. When your entire being emits a unified frequency, you collapse reality in a specific direction. No interference, no hesitation, no distortion. But to reach coherence, you have to first identify the opposing frequencies in your system. Here's how to start. Name the conflict. Don't just say, I want success. Ask, what about success feels unsafe to me? Name the split frequency. Feel both sides of the wave. Don't reject the conflicting part. Witness it. This isn't resistance. It's just uncollapsed energy asking for integration. Choose the collapse. You don't need to kill the other possibility. You need to observe with certainty the outcome you claim. That is what triggers wave collapse. Reinforce with emotional congruence. Thoughts may be clear, but are your emotions synchronized? Feel the outcome. Let the body echo the belief. Once your thought, emotion, and identity align, you become a signal. Not a suggestion. Not a maybe. A definitive frequency. And the universe, like the quantum field, responds to definites. Now you've seen what happens when your signal is split. You've understood how superposition fractures your outcomes. Next, we will look at how your energy doesn't exist in isolation, because your thoughts are never just yours. Your field is entangled with others, and that entanglement could be the hidden reason your intentions keep getting crossed. You wake up with a surge of ambition. Today is the day you take action, you tell yourself. You feel ready, you feel focused, and then within hours doubt creeps in. You hesitate, you overthink. That drive begins to wobble. Now pause. Was that motivation ever real? Or was it one version of you trying to break through, while another version was already planning to pull the brakes? This is not about psychology. This is not about mood swings. This is superposition. It is the structural explanation for inner conflict that goes far beyond anything positive thinking can resolve. Quantum superposition is the concept that particles exist in all possible states until one is measured. At that moment, the wave collapses into one specific outcome. It is no longer possibly here and possibly there. It becomes actually here. This applies directly to your internal state. You are not just holding a single intention. You are holding multiple possibilities, emotional signatures, belief frequencies, and timelines all at once. You think you're clear, but your field is divided. You say, I want to grow, but part of you is terrified of what growth will demand. You affirm, I trust the process. But another aspect of you is still wounded from where the process hurt you before. You visualize wealth, but you still hold the unconscious belief that wealth will isolate you. Each of these is a competing waveform, and they all exist in your field simultaneously. You are not aligned. You are fragmented. The problem isn't desire. The problem is field integrity. You are transmitting two or more opposing broadcasts at once. The result? Chaos in the probability space. Your reality doesn't know what to stabilize, so it doesn't. Or worse, it stabilizes the dominant frequency, which may be fear masked as caution, guilt masquerading as humility, or hesitation hiding behind analysis. Let's be clear, superposition isn't just theory. It's the measurable reality of conflicting energetic instructions. Each desire you hold is tethered to a version of self, a future self that carries a unique emotional, mental, and vibrational profile. If two or more of these future selves are competing for dominance, your field jams. Your actions lose power. Your intention dissolves. Your output scrambles. Now here's the part most people miss. The stronger frequency wins. Not the louder voice. Not the one you wish would win. But the one with the most coherence, the most emotion, belief, and unconscious reinforcement behind it. You may think you're acting on a new decision, but if your field is still broadcasting a legacy signal from fear, shame, or past programming, that's the signal that collapses first. That's the one that materializes. Now let's take this a step further. Superposition explains more than internal conflict. It explains false starts. It explains recurring patterns. It explains why you keep finding yourself halfway into a breakthrough, then yanked back into the same loop. You are collapsing a partial signal. And when the field doesn't receive coherence, it loops. Incomplete frequency collapse sends the wave back into uncertainty. It generates feedback. That feedback looks like confusion, burnout, disappointment, and the infamous, why do I feel stuck again? Question. It's not a mindset issue. It's energetic entanglement with multiple selves. To resolve this, clarity alone won't save you. You need field consolidation. Here's how you begin. Audit your emotional contradictions. For every goal, ask, what emotion arises immediately after I affirm this goal? If it's excitement followed by dread or desire followed by shame, you have a dual broadcast. Locate the hidden identity conflict. Ask yourself, who do I believe I have to stop being to achieve this? Resistance often comes from parts of us that fear extinction. Neutralize the conflict without force. Integration is not domination. You don't silence the doubting self. You stabilize the coherent self until the noise stops echoing. Anchor through embodiment. The mind can project all day, But the body collapses reality. Stand, breathe, and speak as the self that is aligned. Let the wave collapse through lived behavior. The moment your emotional signature and your identity match your intent, the collapse begins. Until then, you are oscillating in a cloud of probability, touching your outcome but never locking it in. Now you understand the cost of internal duality. But the real disruption begins when your field doesn't stay inside your own body. Next, we will explore why your thoughts are not isolated creations, and how your energetic network may be interfering with your collapse without your consent. Your goals feel personal. Your thoughts feel private. Your dreams seem like they originate inside your mind. But they don't. They exist inside a shared energetic network, and that network is influencing every thought you have, whether you realize it or not. You are entangled. In quantum physics, entanglement means that two particles, once connected, remain linked regardless of distance. Changing the state of one instantly changes the state of the other. There is no signal delay. There is no medium of transfer. It is instantaneous. Now bring this into your field. Every person you've emotionally bonded with, positively or negatively, leaves a signature in your system. Every trauma, every relationship, every loyalty pact, every unresolved fight, every inherited belief structure. They all live in your energetic circuitry. Your thoughts are being influenced by entangled echoes, not just your own clarity. And this is where manifestation gets jammed. You want to succeed, but your field is entangled with someone who believes success makes people arrogant. You want freedom, but your family lineage is entangled with struggle and martyrdom, and your field is running an unconscious loyalty program. You want clarity, but your social circle lives in perpetual uncertainty and fear, and your field is matching their frequency to stay in resonance. Entanglement is not emotional attachment. It's frequency tethering. And it explains why you can feel totally aligned in solitude, then completely blocked in social contexts. You're not just dealing with your own signal anymore. You are now swimming in a sea of energetic contradictions. Let's break this down clearly. There are three primary types of entanglement jamming your signal. Emotional entanglement. Unprocessed emotions from past connections loop through your nervous system and shape your energetic output. These often appear as sudden emotional spikes, unexplained anxiety, or self-doubt when you try to move forward. Belief entanglement. These are inherited programs from family, culture, or identity groups that distort your intentions. You are broadcasting signals designed to maintain loyalty to a system you may not even believe in anymore. Survival entanglement. These are formed in moments of trauma when your nervous system fuses with another person's field for safety. These are the most intense and the most disruptive. They override logic and make you collapse your reality to match someone else's needs. So how do you clear this? You don't need to cut people off or become a hermit. What you need is frequency sovereignty. Frequency sovereignty means my field broadcasts independently, clearly, and unapologetically, even while in proximity to other signals. Here's the protocol to reclaim your field from entanglement. Inventory your energetic debts. Ask yourself, whose approval am I still paying for with my potential? Whose survival am I prioritizing over my own growth? Break the unconscious contracts. These are silent agreements like, I won't outgrow you, or I'll stay small so you don't feel threatened. Identify them, speak them, end them. Restore primary resonance. Meditate daily in a neutral field, no input, no stimulation. Just you, your breath, and your signal. Let your field retune to your natural vibration. Stabilize boundaries with behavior, not emotion. Stop just thinking about boundaries. Enact them through what you say yes to, what you delay, and what you stop explaining. When your field is no longer entangled with others, something profound happens. You hear yourself clearly. You feel your desires without distortion. You set goals and nothing inside or around you contradicts them. This is not about isolation. It's about stabilization. When entanglement ends, coherence begins. And only from coherence can a signal collapse into reality cleanly. You've now begun clearing out the inherited, borrowed, and conflicting signals jamming your manifestation. Next, we will examine how certainty doesn't just feel good, it literally shapes reality. Because your emotional state doesn't just influence the collapse, it determines what version of reality will materialize. You've eliminated some of the noise. You've identified how fragmented intention and external entanglements distort your field. But now we zero in on something more direct, something most people never even question. Why is it that sometimes just the feeling of certainty makes things move faster? Why do ideas seem to materialize quicker when you're in flow? Why does even a brief state of emotional congruence seem to bend the world in your favor? It's not coincidence. It's not confidence. It's collapse behavior in action. Let's begin with the concept of a probability wave. In quantum mechanics, everything that exists in potential, everything that hasn't yet become physical reality, is suspended in a field of probability. That wave is shaped by multiple influences. In a lab, it might be motion, interference, or entropy. In your life, it's your internal state, especially your emotional resonance. Your field is constantly feeding information into that probability wave. You are always emitting whether you mean to or not. So what stabilizes the wave? What determines when one version of reality becomes the one you experience? Certainty. And certainty is not a thought. It is an emotional frequency, a somatic signature, a locked-in felt state that tells the wave, collapse here. Most people try to control the wave through logic. They try to think positive, or visualize an outcome, or use affirmations to push the probability in a favorable direction. But this is all happening at the surface level. The wave doesn't respond to wishful thinking, it responds to resonant certainty. Let's unpack that. When you feel aligned emotionally, when you are no longer debating yourself, no longer split in your desire, no longer seeking confirmation, your field emits coherence. And coherence creates gravitational pull. It bends the probability wave toward collapse. But here's where it gets precise. Your emotional tone doesn't just affect whether collapse happens, it determines what collapse happens. A wave can collapse into multiple versions of reality, each equally valid until selected. Your emotional state selects the version. So what does this mean practically? It means that when you say, I want to succeed, but your dominant emotional tone is fear, you are not collapsing the success version. You're collapsing the threat of loss version. It means that when you visualize abundance, but feel subtle guilt while doing it, you're signaling a field contradiction, and the wave collapses into scarcity reinforcement. It means that when you act with the right intentions but carry emotional baggage, the baggage has more gravitational pull than the action does. You get what your emotional field stabilizes, not what your mind desires. This is why people get results they didn't consciously choose. The collapse didn't respond to the surface command. It responded to the underlying frequency. Now let's go deeper. The field doesn't just read current emotional tone. It remembers your emotional average. It remembers how long you've been in a state. One moment of focus is not enough. It requires consistency of signal. That means every moment spent rehearsing fear, resentment, doubt, or shame is contributing to a dominant emotional average, even when you're doing all the right things on paper. So let's translate this into mastery. How do you shape probability with emotional coherence? Interrupt your emotional baseline. Stop making temporary emotional peaks your goal. Identify your baseline. What emotion does your field default to when nothing's happening? That's what's guiding the wave. Elevate your emotional signal before you set an intention. Trying to force outcomes from low-frequency states creates distortion. Raise coherence before directing energy. Practice emotional preloading. Don't wait for results to feel the feelings. Bring the emotional tone of the desired outcome into your field now. This is not fantasy, it's frequency encoding. Hold frequency longer than your old pattern survives. The old signal will try to reassert dominance. Coherence wins only when it outlasts the interference. You may feel resistance in the beginning. Emotional programming has inertia, but every second you stabilize coherence, you are reshaping the wave's behavior. Now, you may be wondering, if certainty is so powerful, why is it so fragile? Because the collapse point is delicate, can be reversed, can be interrupted, And it usually is by something that happens even faster than self-doubt. Split-second hesitation. Next, we will expose the micro-moment that decides everything, the instant where reality either locks in or glitches out. Most people think the shift happens when they act, when they take the leap, when they sign the contract, when they launch the product, when they hit publish. But they're late. Reality collapses before you act. Reality collapses at the decision point, the micro-moment where the field receives a definitive signal and responds by locking into a specific probability. This is called the collapse point, and it's more important than any physical step you'll ever take. Let's dissect it. You are a walking probability machine. In every moment, your field is entertaining hundreds, if not thousands, of possible outcomes. Most of these never reach conscious awareness, but your system still weighs them. It calculates risk, reward, safety, status, identity, and consequence in a split second. And then, at a certain moment, a decision clicks into place. This is not a thought. This is not a wish. This is an energetic signature shift. It's the moment your entire field shifts into a new trajectory. Your body responds. Your breath changes. Your eyes lock. Your nervous system stops resisting. There's no more debate. This is the collapse point, and it's either the most powerful moment in your field or the most corrupted. Why? Because most people never truly decide. They intellectually agree. They emotionally lean in. But at the collapse point, they flinch. Just slightly. Just subtly. Just enough to jam the signal. Here's how it happens. You say yes to a breakthrough, but flinch with, what if it doesn't work? You commit to a new standard, but feel nostalgia for your old comfort zone. You step into boldness, but carry a whisper of apology in your tone. These aren't accidents. These are micro-collapses, and they ruin the field. The collapse point demands one thing, unified identity. That means every layer of you must be synchronized at the decision point, mental, emotional, behavioral, and energetic. No part of you is allowed to opt out. When this happens, the wave responds instantly. You feel it in your spine, in your chest, in your field. Reality begins reshuffling before you do anything externally. Let's get practical. How do you identify and strengthen your collapse point? Feel the full weight of decision. Don't seek excitement. Seek finality. The best decisions often feel quiet, solid, and irreversible. They don't need cheering. They are the signal. Locate energetic contradiction. Before you act, scan your system. If your body contracts, your breath shortens, or your voice trembles, you are not yet collapsed. Pause. Realign. Then proceed. Speak the signal aloud. There's power in vocalization. Saying, "This is done. I've decided." Isn't drama, it's a command to the field. Make it real. Hold behavior to match. After collapse, do not allow behavior that contradicts the decision. Backsliding reopens the field to doubt. That includes over-explaining, apologizing, or seeking reassurance. Your life is not shaped by effort. It is shaped by microsignals sent at decision points. You either collapse into power or into probability drift. And here's where it gets even more interesting. After the collapse point, after the field begins moving, you'll often notice immediate pushback. Things go quiet. Opportunities seem to vanish. You question the decision you just made. This isn't failure. It's the feedback loop, the field checking to see if your signal holds under pressure. Next, we will decode why the universe often tests your collapse with resistance, and how to pass that test without breaking your frequency. You've reached the decision point. Your field collapses into clarity. The trajectory begins to shift. You can feel the power of that moment ripple through your entire system. For a few hours, maybe even a few days, everything seems aligned. You're in motion. You're certain. Then suddenly, it starts to push back. Calls stop coming in. Doubts return. You begin to second-guess. Synchronicities disappear. External momentum dries up. You start questioning whether that moment of clarity was even real. This is not random. This is not punishment. This is not the universe playing games. This is a feedback loop, and it's a natural part of field mechanics. Let's be absolutely clear. Every time your field collapses into a new trajectory, it destabilizes existing probability structures. And as those older structures dissolve, they don't just fade, they resist. They fight to stay coherent. They test your new signal to see if it will hold. The universe doesn't test you to break you. It tests you to verify integrity. And this verification process often looks like things getting worse before they get better. Let's break this down step by step. When you make a definitive energetic decision, when your field broadcasts a collapse signal, it starts to override previous patterns that were embedded into your environment, habits, identity, and emotional baseline. Those previous signals are not passive. They are entrenched. They have mass. They have repetition. They have anchors. So when the new signal enters the field, it disrupts the existing wave architecture. That creates friction. Friction can appear as doubt, delays, lost opportunities, or emotional instability. The mistake people make is reading that friction as failure. But the field is simply looping back. It's asking, do you still choose this path now that it's uncomfortable? Now that you don't feel high frequency about it? Now that your old life is pulling at you harder than ever? This is the test. Not a moral test. A frequency test. Your decision collapses the wave. But only sustained coherence makes it permanent. So how do you stabilize during a feedback loop? Stop interpreting resistance as rejection. The moment you make resistance mean this isn't working, you've already reopened the field to your old pattern. Resistance is just noise. Don't listen. Hold your signal. Look for identity tension. Most feedback loops aren't about external blocks, they're about identity friction. The old self is trying to reclaim dominance. Ask, what version of me is this discomfort trying to bring back? Anchor through embodiment. During a loop, thoughts can't be trusted, but behavior can. Act as the version of you who already crossed the loop. Let the body lead where the mind wavers. Measure by commitment, not outcome. Stop watching metrics. Watch yourself. If your signal integrity remains high despite external wobble, the loop will complete. If you start tracking results prematurely, you jam the signal with analysis. The field doesn't care how you feel about your decision. It cares whether your decision remains undiluted under pressure. Now, let's be specific about what causes collapse reversal during feedback loops. The primary cause is self-observation breakdown. In other words, the moment you start over-monitoring yourself, asking, is this working? Too often, watching for instant signs, seeking validation, you shift from creator to observer. And if your self-observation is rooted in fear or doubt, it interferes with the signal's collapse. This is where most people fall apart. They collapse confidently, but observe themselves anxiously. That self-surveillance creates a contradiction. The field receives two signals at once, certainty and uncertainty, and collapses into the dominant one, which is almost always fear. So how do you remain the creator without collapsing into the observer too early? By anchoring in non-attached repetition. Repetition not for reassurance, but for reinforcement. Repetition that says, I'm doing this again because this is who I am, not because I'm hoping it works this time. This kind of repetition rewires the loop faster than any forced affirmation. And now it's time to name something deeper. The feedback loop doesn't just come from outside. It also comes from within the field of self-perception. How you view yourself determines how the universe responds. That takes us straight to the mirror. Next, we will uncover how self-observation, when done incorrectly, doesn't support manifestation, it collapses it backward. Let's open the most misunderstood mechanism in your field. Let's begin here. You are always creating. But more than that, you are always observing your own creation. And that act of observation isn't passive. It is participatory. In quantum mechanics, the act of observation collapses a particle's probability wave into a fixed state. Until it's observed, it exists in multiple states, potential, undefined, neither fully formed nor fixed. Observation creates form. Now apply that principle to you. You think you're waiting for something to show up before you respond. But your response, your self-perception, is what decides whether it shows up at all. You are both the field and the observer. But there's a catch. Your observation carries a frequency. and that frequency modulates the collapse. This means that if you observe yourself with doubt, criticism, or uncertainty, that signal interferes with the trajectory of manifestation. You reverse the momentum, you shrink the signal, you scatter the wave. You're not just seeing yourself, you're shaping yourself through that gaze. Let's make this more tangible. You affirm a new identity. You start taking action. And then, habitually, you check in on yourself. Am I doing this right? Do I seem confident enough? Is this really working? Each of those questions is observation. And the field doesn't care what your intention is. It only responds to the frequency of the observation. Neutral observation? Fine. Trust-filled observation? Powerful. Fearful observation? Fatal. This is why self-doubt is more dangerous than external criticism. Because you are the dominant observer in your reality. Your attention forms your energetic infrastructure. And most people are unconsciously damaging their own infrastructure every single day by watching themselves from a place of fear. This is what we call the quantum mirror. The quantum mirror is your reflected identity. It's not what you think about yourself. It's how you emotionally register your own presence when no one else is watching. It's the tone in your thoughts. It's the posture of your body when you're alone. It's the micro flinch before you say something bold. It's the subtle pause before you hit send. All of that is energetic self-perception. And it's what your field is responding to. Not your words. Not your affirmations. Your emotional reflection. Here's the critical shift. Stop observing yourself for evidence. Start observing yourself for reinforcement. You don't watch to see if it's working. You watch to amplify the signal that's already in motion. You witness yourself like a musician listens to the note they've already struck, to hold it, not to question it. Let's ground this into daily practice. How do you observe yourself without sabotaging your signal? Audit the frequency of your attention. Throughout the day, ask, what emotional tone is driving my self-awareness right now? Curiosity, pride, doubt, fear? Train it like a sense. Switch from outcome monitoring to identity tracking. Don't check on whether your results are improving. Check whether your behavior aligns with the version of you who already succeeded. That's the only valid metric. Rehearse inner gaze. Close your eyes. Visualize yourself walking into a room as your next level self. Watch with emotional neutrality. The more you can observe your ideal self without flinching, the more the field will follow. Use external feedback as a mirror, not a map. When others respond to you, treat their reaction as a reflection of your current broadcast, not as guidance on what to do next. Adjust your signal, not your performance. There's one more layer here. Sometimes the mirror shows you distortion. Not because you're wrong, but because your field is still carrying microfractures. That distortion can be misread as truth. And when it is, it triggers collapse failure. You begin to adjust yourself to match the distortion, rather than correct it. So here's the deeper skill. Learn to hold your signal even when the mirror glitches. Hold your signal even when the feedback loop says, this doesn't look like it's working. Hold your signal even when the field goes silent. This is the difference between intentional manifestation and accidental collapse. This is how self-perception becomes a tool, not a trap. You are both the creator and the observer. The field is always listening. The mirror is always reflecting. The wave is always ready to collapse, based on what you believe you are. Now, the question becomes, what happens when doubt doesn't just enter your mind, but enters your field? What happens when momentum begins to unravel, not because of external force, but because of internal static? Next, we will examine the energetic physics of decoherence, why your manifestation loses momentum even when everything was working, and how to keep your field from scattering at the edge of your breakthrough. Everything seemed to be working. Your intentions were set. Your actions aligned. The field was moving. Momentum was building. Then, out of nowhere, something slips. A fracture opens. The clarity you felt begins to thin. You hesitate. You question. You start telling yourself you just need a break. But it's not fatigue. It's not burnout. And it's not bad timing. It's decoherence. And it's what happens when your field starts to scatter before reality finishes locking into place. To understand this fully, we have to return to the fundamentals of collapse behavior. Coherence is when your field, your thoughts, emotions, identity, and energetic vibration is unified in a single broadcast. That broadcast stabilizes a probability wave. It makes manifestation possible. It begins shaping events. Reality shifts in direct response. But coherence is not permanent. It must be maintained, reinforced, and, most importantly, protected from internal contradiction. Decoherence is the slow, invisible unraveling of that unified broadcast. It's when emotional inconsistency, intrusive thoughts, external comparison, or unconscious fears start slipping into the signal. Not forcefully, subtly, quietly, and once they start distorting the field, your ability to hold that collapse signal dissolves. This is why you can be doing everything right and still feel like something's slipping through your fingers. Because it is. Decoherence doesn't happen because you changed your mind. It happens because your field reverts to the old average, the default energetic baseline you've lived in for years. So you hit a new level of clarity. You hold it for a few days, but you don't yet have the structural capacity to maintain it. So entropy kicks in. The old baseline begins to pull you back, and the collapse reverses before the manifestation completes. Let's look at what causes this reversion. Identity slippage. You temporarily aligned with a future version of yourself, but failed to fully integrate it. The inner system still views the old you as the dominant reference point. Field fatigue. You exerted so much energetic effort holding a new frequency that your system returns to the familiar, even if it's dysfunctional. Stability is chosen over growth. Ambient doubt. This isn't direct fear. It's a quiet erosion of certainty. You don't notice it as panic. You feel it as a kind of disinterest. The what's the point? Voice. The emotional fading. That's decoherence beginning. Unseen interference. External energies, entangled emotional fields, or even environmental triggers begin introducing static into your system. You mistake it for mood. It's actually signal degradation. The key mistake people make is trying to push through decoherence with more effort. They double down, work harder, think louder, force visualizations. But decoherence doesn't respond to pressure. It responds to realignment. The field doesn't want intensity. It wants integrity. So how do you recover from decoherence without making it worse? Acknowledge collapse drift instantly. The moment you notice the signal weakening, don't panic. Don't shame yourself. Just name it. The field is softening. My clarity is fraying. This awareness stops further distortion. Stop broadcasting. Start stabilizing. Pull back from output. Retreat into stillness. Your job now is not to expand, but to restore resonance. Breathe. Feel. Ground. Return to the original emotional frequency. Every manifestation begins with a primary emotion, not a goal, an emotional condition. Recall it. Re-enter it. This is the signal home base. Resimplify your identity. In moments of decoherence, complexity becomes the enemy. Return to the core self. Strip away roles, expectations, timelines. Just hold the I am. And here's the advanced technique. Let the collapse rest. Sometimes, holding the signal too long without support creates tension. Your nervous system begins resisting the frequency you're trying to maintain. In this case, the collapse needs a reboot, not from scratch but from silence. This silence resets internal resistance. It neutralizes signal pollution, creates space for clean recoherence. You don't lose what you've built. You just give it room to integrate. Decoherence is not failure. It's signal management. Master this phase and you become unshakable. Now you understand how doubt doesn't need to shout to be destructive. It just needs to fracture your signal a little at a time. You've seen what happens when internal consistency slips, even subtly. Next, we will expose the deeper reason why, even after alignment, even after coherence, the outcome still doesn't land. Because the wave may be clear, but the final collapse is getting canceled by emotional interference within your own signal architecture. You can sense it. You're close. Everything feels like it's just about to tip. The call is coming. The solution is forming. You're one step away, and then it stalls. Not backward, not forward, just frozen. Like the entire field is caught in a pause button you didn't press. You think it's timing. Or maybe the universe is aligning something behind the scenes. Maybe you just need to trust more. But none of that is accurate. What you're experiencing is an interference pattern. Not a delay. Not a lesson. A signal contradiction within your own energetic field that's canceling the momentum of your manifestation, right at the point of collapse. Let's break this down. In physics, when two waves of energy intersect, they can do one of three things. Constructively interfere. They align, amplify each other, and the resulting wave is stronger. Destructively interfere. They are out of phase and cancel each other out. Create standing waves. The interference creates a kind of stationary energy with no movement forward. Now look at your internal reality. You've been broadcasting two or more emotional waveforms that conflict, just enough to create an invisible standing wave. You feel pressure. You feel momentum, but there's no movement, no collapse. This is what almost manifesting is. It's not that the outcome wasn't possible. It's that the emotional architecture holding the intention contained conflicting frequencies. You wanted love, but feared betrayal. You wanted growth, but feared exposure. You wanted money, but held resentment toward those who had it. You wanted clarity, but emotionally clung to complexity. Each of those opposites creates interference. The wave you think you're broadcasting is not the only one in the field. There's a countersignal and it's perfectly out of phase. That's why it cancels the movement. That's why nothing lands. That's why you feel like you're in limbo, between two lives. You are. Let's identify how this pattern forms. Suppressed duality. You affirm a desire but suppress the emotional truth that doesn't match it. That emotional repression doesn't disappear. It emits a shadow frequency. Cognitive override. You believe one thing but try to think your way into another without resolving the contradiction. The field registers both. The contradiction becomes structural interference. Spiritual bypass. You use elevated language to avoid internal conflict. It's all good. I trust the process. I'm being tested. These become masks that hide real distortion. So how do you identify an interference pattern in real time? You feel chronically almost there. You experience repetition of near-miss situations. Your nervous system feels tense without reason. You vacillate emotionally between high inspiration and subtle resentment. You start future tripping, looking for breakthroughs instead of embodying readiness. These are not mood swings. These are wave collisions. And the solution is not intensity. It's wave resolution. Here's how you collapse interference. Name the opposing frequencies. Don't be afraid to acknowledge that you want two things that contradict each other. That honesty breaks the energetic impasse. Track the stronger wave. Ask, which emotional signal has more consistency? The desire or the fear? Don't lie. Identify it. You cannot collapse into a state you only flirt with. Shift phase, not volume. You don't need more energy. You need alignment. You don't beat an interference pattern by pushing harder. You beat it by synchronizing internal phase patterns. Choose resonance over logic. Let your body tell you which signal is true. If you can feel yourself soften into one and contract under another, that's the choice. Follow coherence. This process ends the energetic stalemate. But there's a catch. Once interference is removed, the collapse happens fast. Faster than expected. Often before you feel ready. This is why people unconsciously maintain interference patterns, because they delay momentum. They delay change. They delay collapse. You're not stuck. You're safe. Safe from success, from transformation, from instability. Because interference patterns preserve the known at the expense of the desired. But once you release the contradiction, you'll notice something surreal. You're already there. The field didn't need to change. You did. You removed the static. The collapse completed. Now that you've understood how internal contradiction becomes structural interference, the question becomes sharper. What happens when your intentions themselves, not your fears, begin colliding? Next, we will reveal how competing desires silently cannibalize each other. why having too many goals causes your signal to fragment, and how to unify your energetic architecture so that all desires amplify rather than cancel each other. You've been taught that ambition is a strength, that wanting more means expanding, that having multiple goals proves you're evolving. But what if your goals are secretly fighting each other behind your awareness? What if the very intentions you're working toward are causing your field to fracture? This isn't lack of focus. It's not poor time management. It's the unseen chaos of competing frequencies. Let's go straight to the root. Every goal carries an energetic blueprint. It's not just a task. It's a frequency. That frequency includes the emotional resonance of the outcome, the identity required to achieve it, and the behavioral patterns that must be stabilized to support it. When you commit to a goal, you're not just saying, I want this. You're saying, I'm aligning with the version of me that lives in this reality. Now multiply that by 3, or 5, or 10. Now your field is carrying multiple identity signatures, emotional requirements, and behavioral mandates, all at once. And unless those goals are structurally compatible, the field starts to compete with itself. You begin experiencing progress in one area while another area stalls. Sudden shifts in motivation that feel inexplicable. Emotional dissonance that doesn't match your outcomes. Consistent fatigue despite surface-level success. These aren't failures. They're conflict signals. Let's get clear. The field cannot simultaneously collapse two incompatible frequencies into one stable outcome. It has to prioritize. But if your priorities shift every few days or worse, every few hours, you trap your system in recalibration mode. It tries to sync with your signal, but your signal keeps changing lanes. Here's how this manifests in practical terms. You set a financial target, but you also want absolute freedom, and subconsciously associate financial success with being controlled. You want a relationship, but also crave solitude, and view intimacy as a threat to personal evolution. You want visibility, but simultaneously fear being misunderstood, and your nervous system broadcasts, stay invisible, while your mouth says, I want to be seen. Each of these is a frequency collision. Now, here's the key distinction. This isn't about desire being wrong. This is about desires being structurally misaligned in your energetic system. So the solution isn't to reduce your goals. It's to architect them into harmony. Let's walk through the process of realignment. Map each goal to a core identity. Every intention is rooted in a specific version of you. Name it, define it, understand what that version values, fears, and needs. Run a compatibility scan. Ask, can these identities coexist in one body without emotional contradiction? If not, you need to collapse the goals into one integrated vision. Establish a primary signal. All goals can't be dominant. One must lead. This doesn't mean abandoning the others, it means sequencing. One field must stabilize first so the others can grow from its foundation. Restructure your narrative. Most goal conflict comes from store-level contradictions. You tell yourself conflicting things about success, love, freedom, and purpose. Update the story. Sync the characters. Now, let's talk about goal hijacking, when one goal takes emotional precedence over all others, without you realizing it. This often happens with survival-based goals. Financial security, validation, status. Even when you claim to prioritize alignment, a deeper, fear-rooted goal takes over your energy budget. You keep thinking you're building one life, but your field is collapsing into another. Goal hijacking is subtle but powerful. You'll recognize it when you keep circling the same outcome even after deciding to move on. You feel emotionally exhausted chasing a goal that used to energize you. You hit milestones but feel strangely numb about them. These are signs that your field has been commandeered by a frequency you didn't consciously choose, often a remnant from old survival programming or external conditioning. To reclaim your signal, track your emotional currency. Where is your energy going without your consent? What goals are consuming your bandwidth while producing no resonance? Interrupt energetic contracts. These are unspoken agreements like, I'll prove my worth through this, or I can't rest until this happens. Collapse those contracts. Write a new one. Reconnect with voluntary vision. Ask, Which goal feels light and expansive? Which one returns energy when I engage it? That's your real trajectory. Once you stabilize compatible goals and release hijacked frequencies, your field regains coherence. Suddenly, energy returns. Clarity sharpens. Progress feels linear instead of scattered. You stop arguing with yourself, because your desires are no longer trying to cancel each other. But now that you've cleared the conscious clutter, it's time to address something deeper. You're still broadcasting frequencies you didn't choose. Beliefs that were planted, not born. Programs that run beneath awareness. And they are still jamming your field with silent noise. Next, we will reveal the background belief signal that plays on repeat and how it blocks your outcomes before you even start pursuing them. You've identified your goals. You've started resolving interference. You've even begun to stabilize your trajectory. But for some reason, friction persists. It's subtle, not enough to stop you, but enough to keep the collapse from finalizing. You feel clarity for a while, then distortion creeps back in. This isn't sabotage. This isn't resistance. This is background noise, the low-frequency hum of unexamined belief systems still running in your energetic architecture. Most people operate with two belief sets. The declared belief system, what they claim to believe, what they affirm, what they consciously think they're aligning with. The encoded belief system, what their nervous system, body memory, and field actually respond to as truth. These rarely match. You may say you believe in abundance, but your system still feels safest in restriction. You may affirm that love is available, but your field still associates it with danger. You may commit to expansion, but your body contracts anytime opportunity arises. This background signal is not rooted in your current desire. It's rooted in historical programming, inherited, absorbed, or trained into you through repetition. Plays like ambient static beneath your intentions. And unless interrupted, it corrupts every energetic broadcast you attempt to send. Let's name the core sources of this background signal. Childhood emotional conclusions. You didn't just learn behaviors, you concluded beliefs based on emotionally charged events. I'm unsafe when seen. I only get love when I overdeliver. It's not safe to have needs. These become structural. Generational frequency patterns. You inherit more than DNA. You inherit energetic baselines. If your lineage normalized lack, trauma, or invisibility, your field adopts those tones as default truth. Cultural and social entrainment. Environments carry belief frequencies. If you were immersed in circles that treated ambition as greed or sensitivity as weakness, those frequencies embed. Identity-fused beliefs. These are beliefs so fused with self-image that removing them feels like removing a limb. I'm the one who gets things done. I'm always the helper. I can't fail, people count on me. These beliefs stabilize dysfunction through identity. Now, most belief change efforts fail because they focus on logic. They try to install new ideas without addressing the emotional encoding of the existing ones. The field doesn't care what you want to believe. It responds to what you automatically act from. And that's almost always tied to emotion, not intellect. So let's walk through the process of exposing and reprogramming background signal interference. Interrupt automation through inquiry. For any stalled result, ask, what must I currently believe for this to feel normal? Trace backwards from the result to the belief sustaining it. Locate the emotional contract. Ask, what emotion protects this belief? Often it's fear, guilt, or identity protection. You can't release the belief until you release the emotion stabilizing it. Create field dissonance. To disrupt the old signal, you must feel the contrast. Begin behaving in alignment with the opposite belief and notice the discomfort. That tension is where the reprogramming begins. Reinforce through ritual repetition. Daily frequency rituals, breath, sound, movement, paired with conscious emotional tone override the old broadcast. But it must be consistent. This isn't thought work. The signal work. Let's make this more actionable. Say your field carries the belief, success makes me a target. You declare a new intention. You even take steps toward visibility. But deep down, your system associates attention with harm. That creates a double signal. The new action is overridden by the older broadcast. Your energy splits. The wave collapses into delay. Now say you begin to override it by choosing a new emotional tone. I'm safest when I'm fully seen. That sentence alone won't change the field. But feeling the safety while imagining visibility will. Pair that with actual acts of being seen and reinforce it daily, and the background signal begins to weaken. Eventually, the new tone becomes louder than the old one. Collapse completes. Reality shifts. The mistake people make is treating beliefs as ideas. They are not ideas. They are frequency containers. And until you update the emotional and energetic content within those containers, your system will keep defaulting to the old version, no matter how many affirmations you speak. Now you understand what's running beneath your words. You've uncovered the silent broadcast. But there's still one layer deeper, because even after belief systems are reprogrammed, many people still experience sudden reversals. Sharp collapses, crashes in momentum. The culprit? Unresolved trauma, still operating like a secret agent inside the signal. Next, we will expose how trauma doesn't just echo in your emotions. It actively hijacks your signal, rerouting your energetic output and undermining your manifestations silently from the inside. You've cleaned the noise. You've stabilized intention. You've begun shifting deep-seated beliefs that weren't aligned. But still, something keeps disrupting the field. Even with clarity, energy, and commitment, outcomes slip. This isn't a mindset glitch. This is internal hijacking. The intruder? Unresolved trauma. Not the kind that screams. The kind that hides. Silently. Strategically. Trauma isn't always violent. It's not always dramatic. Most of it lives as unconscious coding, micro-events that trained your system to collapse certain signals before they reach fruition. Trauma, by its nature, is a freeze state, a lock in the field. It teaches your nervous system to interrupt flow as a form of survival. So even when your conscious self chooses expansion, your deeper system collapses into protection. Let's break this down. When you experience trauma, whether it's abandonment, betrayal, humiliation, or sudden emotional disorientation, your system encodes one primary message. This state isn't safe. And from that moment on, your field begins preemptively blocking anything that resembles the original danger, even if it's something you now want. You say you desire visibility, but your field remembers being shamed for speaking up. You say you want intimacy, but your field remembers emotional volatility that came with closeness. You say you're open to abundance, but your field remembers how fast things were taken from you. These trauma echoes act like spies in your system. They pose as instincts, impulses, even intuition, but they're really just looped scripts, constantly working to prevent re-entry into unsafe emotional territory. Now here's the dangerous part. These trauma-based scripts don't sabotage you by screaming. They whisper, quietly, persistently, believably. They say things like, maybe wait a bit longer. You're probably not ready yet. This isn't aligned anymore. Something feels off. Trust your gut. But that gut feeling is sometimes just a trauma reflex, mistaking expansion for threat. And every time you obey it, you collapse the wave back into safety. Not success. Safety. So how do you identify trauma code inside your signal? Track avoidance loops. Where do you keep circling but never arriving? These are often guarded by trauma triggers designed to keep you near but never inside the desired state. Feel emotional inversions. When you get closer to your goal, does joy decrease and anxiety increase? That's not sabotage, it's a trauma boundary being crossed. Watch for false neutrality. When people say, I just don't feel anything about it anymore, they often mean, I dissociated because the desire became too emotionally charged. Once identified, the trauma code must be interrupted at the somatic level. Not just cognitively. Trauma lives in the nervous system, and your nervous system is directly tied to your energetic signal. Here's how to begin that interruption. Re-expose the system in safe doses. Don't flood. Pulse. Reintroduce the frequency of the desire gently, through memory, body awareness, or low-stakes rehearsal. Let the body relearn safety. Use breath to override freeze. Trauma collapses the field by shrinking breath and movement. Breathe into the space you usually contract. This tells the system, it's okay now. I'm not there anymore. Create new outcome maps. Trauma pulls from the past. You need to feed the field new reference points. Write, speak, and imagine new emotional sequences tied to the old trigger, consciously. Let discomfort be a green light. If you feel a spike of panic right before action, reframe it. This is my system shedding an old program. You're not off course, you're on the edge of expansion. You're not trying to eliminate all triggers. You're training the system to recognize the difference between danger and unfamiliarity. Because here's the truth. Most people collapse their manifestation not because it's unsafe, but because their trauma tells them that new equals dangerous. The nervous system doesn't distinguish between actual threat and remembered threat. That's your job now. To teach your field that the collapse of a new outcome is not a re-entry into danger, but a departure from the old distortion. Once you've done this, something strange will happen. You'll feel a wave of disorientation. Not because you're lost, because the spy has gone quiet. The voice that used to whisper, slow down, or this isn't safe, will vanish, and you'll have to lead without it. This is the cost of signal sovereignty. You lose the safety net of limitation, but what you gain is everything. Now that you've exposed the trauma reflex hiding in your system, the next question becomes, if it's not trauma blocking the outcome anymore, then what is the key variable in signal strength? The answer? Amplitude. Next, we will examine why intensity isn't what you think it is, and how the field responds to signal strength only when it is coherent, not when it is loud. You've heard the message 1,000 times. Think bigger, feel more, raise your vibration, amplify your signal. And you've tried. You've forced passion, doubled your effort, thrown your energy into visualizations and affirmations with more intensity. And yet, still no collapse. This is because intensity is not coherence. And the universe does not respond to how hard you try. It responds to how cleanly you emit. Let's define the key term here, amplitude. In energetic and wave theory, amplitude is the height of the wave. The bigger the amplitude, the more energy the wave carries. But this only applies in systems that are coherent. In a fragmented signal, adding amplitude amplifies the distortion, not the clarity. Think of shouting through a broken microphone. Your voice is louder, but the message is still garbled. Now let's apply this to manifestation. You believe that if you care more, push harder, feel deeper, you're being more powerful. But if your internal signal is scattered, that amplified emotion only magnifies the static, creates energetic inflation, emotional noise, a field that overwhelms but does not collapse. The field is not asking for volume. It's asking for signal fidelity. So the better question is not, how much energy am I sending? It's, how precise is the energy I'm sending? This explains why sometimes your calmest thoughts manifest faster than your most emotionally charged ones. Because they are clean, stable, uncontaminated by desperation, attachment, or internal contradiction. Let's examine what weakens amplitude. Even when effort is high, emotional overshoot. You feel the desire so intensely that your nervous system reads it as threat. That creates contraction even in expansion. Urgency loops. You think urgency proves seriousness. It doesn't. It creates signal instability. The field receives panic, not power. Comparative amplitude. You try to match others' high vibes and force alignment. But your authentic signal gets buried under performance. Unstable embodiment. You try to hold high-frequency states without the nervous system capacity to sustain them. That results in spikes followed by crashes. So how do you build true amplitude? Establish signal purity first. Get crystal clear on what you want. And why? Remove obligation, fear, and emotional contamination. The cleaner the signal, the higher the amplitude can rise without distortion. Increase resonance, not force. Let the emotion build organically. Think tuning fork, not megaphone. Feel the desire until the body buzzes, then hold it, don't escalate it. Breathe into the wave. Emotion held with breath becomes stable amplitude. Emotion without breath becomes panic. One creates collapse. The other destroys it. Use repetition to layer amplitude over time. Think of coherence like charging a battery. It builds. Every repetition strengthens the wave. Not by intensity, but by consistency. Here's the paradox. The most powerful signals are often the most silent. They don't announce themselves. They don't shake with emotion. They simply are, and because they are, reality shifts. That kind of amplitude doesn't come from performance. It comes from identity stability. You don't feel the need to convince the field. You trust your signal so much you broadcast without looking back. Now you understand why forcing energy creates failure, why intensity without alignment creates chaos, and why the collapse only happens when the wave is both strong and stable. But strength is not the final filter. Even a high amplitude, clean signal can collapse incorrectly if it's rooted in hidden hesitation. Next, we will break down why even 1% of unconscious hesitation can cancel 100% of your field's output, and how to correct for microdoubt before it fractures your entire wave. You've clarified your goals, aligned your emotional resonance, repaired trauma, balanced your amplitude. You're holding the signal. Feels solid, feels clean. And then something hesitates, not loudly, not enough to derail everything immediately, just a flicker, a micro wobble, a pause between knowing and doing. A tiny voice says, "Are you sure?" That 1-second hesitation may seem harmless, but in quantum terms, that single moment can be enough to collapse the wave in the wrong direction. Here's why. In a probability field, certainty functions like gravity. The more stable the certainty, the stronger the gravitational pull toward a specific outcome. That certainty doesn't need to be loud or dramatic. It just needs to be uninterrupted. Doubt, even in microdoses, disrupts the field's ability to anchor. It breaks the singularity of the signal. It causes the probability wave to lose coherence. And when that happens, the collapse doesn't stabilize in your desired trajectory. It either stalls or shifts sideways into a weaker version of your reality. Most people believe doubt needs to be obvious to be dangerous. It doesn't. In fact, the most dangerous doubts are the ones you can't consciously hear, only feel. They show up as subtle procrastination, unexplained fatigue when approaching action, random emotional detachment from things you previously felt passionate about, the illusion of losing interest right before a breakthrough. These aren't mood swings. They're field distortions caused by microhesitations. Let's be exact about how this works. Every outcome you pursue requires a consistent energetic investment, a waveform that your field holds across time, space, and action. That waveform needs uninterrupted integrity to stabilize. But when you hesitate, even internally, your frequency fractures. You create a secondary signal, even if only for a second. That creates a destructive interference pattern, similar to what we discussed earlier. And here's the critical truth. The universe collapses the signal at the point of highest coherence, not highest intensity. So if you were broadcasting pure intention all week but introduced 1% doubt at the collapse point, the field defaults to the most recent signal, the hesitation. You lose the collapse. This is why momentum can fall apart instantly, even after days or weeks of perfect alignment. It only takes one misfire to undo the sequence, if that misfire happens during the window of field stabilization. Now, many ask, but doesn't the universe know what I really want? No, the field doesn't respond to desire. It responds to signal consistency. That's why a brief spike of panic can override days of certainty. It's not about volume. It's about dominance at the moment of decision. So how do you prevent these microhesitations from unraveling your field? Track your delay reflex. When you know you need to act, but wait, what emotion fills that space? If it's not neutrality, you've found the hesitation window. That's your correction point. Interrupt second-guessing immediately. Don't allow your mind to run rehearsals of alternate scenarios. That inner simulation is signal pollution. Collapse the thought. Anchor back into knowing. Recalibrate with behavior. You can't always stop a thought, but you can outbehave it. Act decisively, even while feeling uncertainty. The action restabilizes the wave faster than thought correction. Audit subtle internal questions. Anything that begins with what if, should I, maybe, or just in case is often wrapped in hesitation. Filter those thoughts like toxins. Reinforce the point of no return. Create a ritual or behavior that signals to your field, this is locked in. Cross a line. Make a payment. Say the thing. Send the message. Declare collapse. Hesitation loves gray zones. Remove them. Now let's talk about the hidden version of hesitation that most high performers fall into: hypercontrol. This shows up as over-researching, repeating your intentions more than necessary, tweaking things endlessly before releasing, needing to understand every possible outcome before choosing. Hypercontrol is just hesitation wearing a perfectionist's mask. It appears as preparation, but in energetic terms, it's a stall loop. You're trying to control the wave instead of collapsing it. Here's the fix. Shift your attention from perfecting the plan to perfecting your certainty. Because it's not the structure of your actions that stabilizes the field. It's your refusal to waver once the signal is sent. Hesitation only exists in the gap between desire and decision. Remove the gap and hesitation disappears. Now you understand why your most exciting goals never landed. They weren't rejected. They were destabilized by hesitation at the point of collapse. But there's another kind of collapse we haven't touched yet. It's not the kind you miss. It's the kind that happens, just in the wrong direction. Next we will explore what happens when collapse does occur, but locks in the wrong signal, how to identify when you've manifested the distorted version of your vision, and how to course correct without unraveling everything you've built. By now, you've realized something profound. Collapse doesn't guarantee satisfaction. It guarantees resolution. And resolution isn't always desirable. Sometimes the wave does collapse, but instead of locking in the outcome you intended, it locks in a distorted variation. One tinged with compromise, colored by misalignment, or structured through fear. That's not failure. That's a misdirected collapse. And when that happens, you feel it. Everything technically worked, but something's off. You got the relationship, but the dynamic is draining. You made the money, but it came with chaos. You hit the goal, but the glow faded in hours. You're not disappointed, you're hollow. This is what happens when your signal crumples instead of coheres. The wave collapsed, but not in your favor. It crumbled into the closest available match, not the most authentic one. So what causes a collapse to skew like this? Let's look at the core reasons. Signal contamination at the tail end. You held the vision, but as the manifestation neared, you let fear creep in. The collapse still happened, just at the wrong emotional frequency. Impatient override. You forced action before the field was stable. You collapsed the wave prematurely. The result? An incomplete version of the outcome, functional but energetically fractured. Unacknowledged trade-offs. You subconsciously agreed to conditions that your higher self wouldn't have accepted. The signal carried that hidden consent and the field matched it. Energetic bait and switch. You aligned for one reason, then changed motives midway. Your signal confused the field, and it gave you a mix of both intentions. Now here's the key. The collapse always responds to the dominant emotional signature at the point of field convergence. So even if you held clarity for weeks, if your final energetic broadcast contained fear, guilt, or ego inflation, the field matched that. You got the thing, just not the version you wanted. So what do? You don't destroy it. You recollapse it. Here's how. Name the distortion. Identify what version of the result you collapsed. Be brutally specific. This isn't the vision. This is the compromised replica. Clarity ends false alignment. Withdraw consent emotionally. You can't collapse a new outcome if part of you is still tolerating the current one. You must energetically release the agreement. Cut cords. Stop adjusting. End the performance. Stabilize the new signal before acting. Most people jump straight to fixing. Don't. That just creates layered distortions. Sit in the emotional state of the correct version. Let that recalibrate your field. Issue a collapse override. Take an intentional action that signals. That was not my true collapse. This is. Realign the emotion. Anchor it. Declare it. Behave from it. It's not about undoing everything. It's about realigning everything. Remember, The field doesn't care about your calendar. It doesn't care that you already moved on. It only responds to your current signal, which means you can recorrect even now. Now let's talk about a more subtle form of crumbled outcomes, the silent compromise. This is where things don't feel wrong enough to leave, but they don't feel right enough to thrive. This shows up when you're in relationships that check boxes but lack emotional resonance. You've built a career that works, but drains your soul. You've created routines that give structure, but kill inspiration. You didn't choose poorly. You just collapsed at a moment when your self-worth was too low to demand the real version. And now your field is stabilized around a version of life that's too good to walk away from, but not aligned enough to expand from. This is a signal cage. To escape it, you must do something radical. Raise your baseline standards mid-collapse. That means updating the emotional requirements of your outcomes after they've manifested. You don't need to destroy the life you've built. You just need to send a new frequency through it. The field will respond because it always does. Now you know what happens when collapse completes, but doesn't feel whole. You know how to recognize crumbled outcomes disguised as wins. And you know how to override the signal without losing everything. Next, we will pivot from field correction to field identity because until now, you've been trying to stabilize the signal. But what if you're not the signal? What if you're the field itself? Next, we will unravel that exact truth and flip everything you think you know about thought, self, and creation. Until now, you've been taught to fine-tune the signal, to become a better broadcaster, to collapse the wave with precision, coherence, and stability. But what if that's not the full picture? What if you're not just the one sending the signal? What if you're not even the signal itself? What if you're the entire field the signal exists within? This question isn't philosophical. It's foundational, because if you believe you're just the signal, you'll forever be adjusting. You'll treat manifestation like a feedback game, endlessly trying to get it just right. But once you realize you're not the wave, but the space it's moving through, everything changes. In quantum physics, waves don't float in emptiness. They travel through fields. These fields carry and shape the waves. They provide context, structure, influence. Without a field, there is no wave. So here's the shift. You are not your thoughts. You are not even your emotions. You are the conscious field in which all of that moves. Let's break this down clearly. When you focus solely on what you're thinking, feeling, or projecting, you're narrowing your power to a single channel. You're operating like the wave, trying to gain amplitude, frequency, and direction. But the wave can only go where the field permits. So if the underlying field is distorted, unstable, or filled with conflict, no matter how clean the signal appears, the wave won't land where you want it to. This explains why two people with identical thoughts and actions produce radically different results. It's not the signal. It's the field it's moving through. And your field isn't just influenced by thought. It's influenced by conscious awareness, the kind that goes beyond identity, language, and emotion. Your awareness itself is shaping the structure of probability before any specific intention is even formed. Which means, before the thought is chosen, the outcome is already being pulled. Before the emotion is stabilized, the energy is already responding to your presence. Before you act, the timeline is already bending. Because you're not riding the wave. You are the ocean. Now, most people resist this. Why? Because it removes the illusion of control. It means you can't think your way into manifestation anymore. You have to become the field, fully, silently, irreversibly. Let's look at what it actually means to identify as the field. You stop chasing alignment. You don't try to match the vibration of a desire. You allow desires to emerge from the vibration you're already holding. You stop tracking outcomes. The collapse doesn't require constant supervision. You no longer need to manage every piece of the puzzle. Your presence is the instruction. You stop performing. Identity becomes liquid. Goals stop being performative. You shift from trying to act like your future self to realizing that version was always accessible. Because the field doesn't move through time, only depth. You feel calm while doing nothing. The silence isn't void, it's infrastructure. This is the stillness that builds timelines beneath the surface. Here's what begins to change when you operate from this level. You feel changes in the field before they manifest physically. You lose interest in explaining yourself. You attract resonance without needing to transmit it. You speak less but land deeper. You sense which timelines are collapsing without evidence. This is field-level identity. It's not a thought you remember. It's a state you remain in. You don't need to think, I am the field. You simply operate as if there's no separation between self and space. You treat the world as if it's moving inside you, not around you. From this place, collapse becomes effortless. You no longer try to shape outcomes. They emerge naturally as the field stabilizes into coherence. You are no longer attempting to control the energy. You are what the energy is responding to. But here's where it gets interesting. If you are the field, then every fractured version of you is still in it. All timelines, all identities, all memories. So to collapse with even more clarity, those fragments must be reintegrated. Next, we will uncover how your holographic self broadcasts multiple fractured versions into the field, and how to collect those pieces not as memories, but as live signals still echoing through your system. Now that you understand you are the field, not just the wave, a more nuanced responsibility emerges. Because if you are the field, then everything that happens within it, every emotional echo, every fragmented version of self, every past imprint, is still active in the present moment. They don't disappear with time. They just broadcast more quietly. This is the reality of the holographic self. Let's define this concept directly. A hologram is a full image created from fragments. Every piece contains the whole, just at lower resolution. Cut a hologram in half and each half still contains the full image, just less clearly. Your psyche operates the same way. Every time you experience emotional fragmentation, meaning a moment of overwhelming fear, rejection, betrayal, abandonment, you don't just remember it. You split. A part of you freezes. That version becomes energetically suspended in your field. Over time, you become a walking constellation of frozen selves, all still echoing their emotional state into your system, not just as memories but as active frequency distortions. Let's say you were humiliated at age 11. That version of you still lives in your field, whispering, "Don't speak up." You may have grown, evolved, become powerful, but that hologram is still broadcasting. You feel the desire to express, but the signal collapses into suppression. Not because of the current you, because of a version of you still trapped in unresolved collapse. This is not trauma per se. This is field fragmentation. Each of these holographic selves carries its own emotional tone, cognitive pattern, energetic frequency, probability preference, which means you are constantly broadcasting multiple timelines from within yourself. Some are aligned, some are distorted, some are completely outdated but still active. So when you try to manifest something, the field receives not just your current intention, but a chorus of other signals, each with their own version of what's safe, desirable, or possible. That's why some goals feel right, but don't land. Because you're not manifesting from the self you believe you are. You're manifesting from the collective resonance of every version you've ever been. Now, here's how these fragments express themselves. Sudden emotional regressions, patterns of overreaction in seemingly small moments, intuitive contradictions, feeling both yes and no, inexplicable self-sabotage that doesn't match your current beliefs, chronic indecision even after making a firm choice. These are signals from inner holograms trying to pull your collapse back toward their preferred timeline. They're not trying to harm you. They're trying to protect themselves from deletion. But in doing so, they fracture your signal. So how do you reunify? How do you resolve holographic broadcasting into a coherent, singular field? Identify the loudest fragment. What emotional version of you hijacks the field most often? Is it the overachiever? The abandoned child? The cynic? Find the one that keeps interrupting. Dialogue with the distortion, not the memory. Don't try to heal the moment. Engage the frequency. What is this version trying to prevent? What does it assume collapse would cost? Locate the time loop behavior. Each hologram tends to recreate the same scenario repeatedly. Stop responding to that loop. Break the behavior, not just the thought. Reassign the fragment. Don't erase it. Give it a new role. Reframe that energy. The overprotector becomes the boundary keeper. The cynic becomes the discernment filter. The wounded child becomes the creative spark. This isn't bypassing. This is functional alchemy. You're not just integrating your inner child. You're reprogramming a live signal that's currently weakening your collapse strength. Here's a critical point. You can only manifest with the energy you can stably hold. And fragmented versions reduce your field's structural integrity. Until those pieces are recollected, your field will feel leaky. You'll move forward, then slide back. You'll act boldly, then self-correct into smallness. But once those holograms are acknowledged and updated, a new field emerges. One that doesn't carry contradiction. One that doesn't fear collapse. One that doesn't splinter under pressure. This field doesn't ask, "Am I doing this right?" It knows, because all parts of you have aligned into a singular, unified signal. Now you've seen what happens when the field is fragmented by identity echoes. But even once all your inner pieces are integrated, there's another complexity. Time itself. Because some of the distortion in your field isn't coming from your past. It's coming from your future, leaking backward. Next, we will expose how your future timelines are already influencing your current emotional reality, how to read those signals, and how to align with the correct version of your future self before collapse finalizes. You've reclaimed fractured versions of yourself. You've begun building a field that doesn't just broadcast intention, but maintains energetic wholeness. But what if some of the emotional signals disrupting your coherence aren't coming from your past? What if they're arriving from your future? This is not metaphor. This is temporal leakage, and it explains why certain emotions, decisions, or physical symptoms seem to arise without clear cause. You feel off, but nothing happened. You feel anxious, yet nothing triggered it. You sense that something is about to change, but you have no evidence. These are not false alarms. They are quantum previews, not imagination, not premonition, but real, active data points from future versions of you already in motion. Let's start with the science. In classical physics, time is linear. Past leads to present, which leads to future. But in quantum mechanics, time is nonlinear. Entangled particles respond instantaneously across space and time. Timelines don't move in sequence. They coexist in a field of potential. Which means future versions of you already exist, not as ideas but as collapsed realities in alternate spacetime pathways. And your field is constantly syncing, rejecting, or receiving data from those versions. You call it intuition, but it's not guessing. It's your field communicating with its own expanded form across time layers. Let's unpack what this means energetically. You're walking through life, focused on a goal. You make a decision. It's clean, aligned, and coherent. The collapse begins. But your field begins to sense the impact of that future. It starts to receive emotional signals from a version of you who has already experienced it. If that future is deeply aligned, you may feel sudden calm, unshakable confidence, physical ease, spontaneous clarity. But if that future is technically successful but emotionally misaligned, the leak may feel like inexplicable dread, emotional shutdown, subtle nausea, desire to stop without reason. Your field is not afraid of moving forward. It's responding to an already collapsed version of your intention and warning you if the signal is off. This is not fear of the unknown. It's feedback from the future. Now here's where most people misread this. They feel a wave of discomfort after initiating a path and assume they're self-sabotaging. They're not. They're receiving data from a version of the outcome that wasn't fully aligned, and their field is asking them to course correct. Let's break this into practical terms. Say you decide to launch a project that feels exciting, but days later you feel emotionally numb. Not from burnout, not from fear, just nothing, a flatness. That numbness may not be sabotage. It may be the emotional tone of the future version of that project leaking backward into your current experience. Why does this happen? Because your energetic system is always optimizing for resonance. When it senses that a timeline you've begun collapsing does not carry that resonance, it begins pushing back, even before the physical outcomes arrive. This is why you must stop interpreting emotional discomfort as a sign of failure. Sometimes it's a future signal asking for refinement. So how do you tell the difference? Track the emotion source. Ask, is this feeling tied to a recent event? If not, it may be a temporal leak. Emotions without context are often field previews. Shift from judgment to data collection. Stop labeling the emotion as good or bad. Ask, what is this showing me about the timeline I'm creating? Test the resonance in imagination. Step into the future version, mentally, emotionally, somatically. Does it feel alive, flat, conflicted, anxious? Your nervous system knows before your mind does. Calibrate forward, not backward. Don't shrink your current vision to match old versions of you. Instead, tune the timeline by making micro-adjustments based on what version feels more true. This is not listen to your gut. This is read your field's multi-temporal interface. Let's take it deeper. You're not just receiving data from one future. You're receiving overlapping impressions from multiple collapse possibilities. Some that amplify you, others that drain you. Your job is to select which version you collapse into, not by force but by resonance clarity. The version that feels most emotionally alive before it arrives is the one your field is already aligned with. The one that produces fear, flatness, or over-effort. That's a false match. Collapse it now before it finalizes. And here's the advanced move. Sometimes you feel massive resistance because you're about to collapse into a future where you outgrow your current self too quickly. It's not that the future is wrong. It's that your nervous system needs to catch up. In that case, the solution isn't to stop. It's to expand your capacity, so the future version of you doesn't feel like an emotional threat to the present one. Temporal leaking isn't a mistake. It's a gift. It's an internal preview of resonance alignment before irreversible decisions are made. Now that you know how to interpret the emotional data from your future, there's still one more layer to address. Because some of what you're calling stuck isn't about forward or backward motion. It's about time looping, when doubt keeps you orbiting the same energetic signature, again and again without collapse. Next, we will unlock how self-doubt can trap you inside repeating fields, why it isn't just a mindset flaw but a temporal recursion glitch, and how to break the loop for good. You've started reading your field for signals from the future. You've learned to separate noise from guidance. You're adjusting timelines in real time, but something still pulls you backward. Not to your past, but to a version of yourself that never seems to finish collapsing into the next level. You feel like you're evolving, yet repeating, growing but circling, moving forward but stuck in déjà vu. This is not psychological. It's a time loop, and it's powered by one force: self-doubt. Not the kind that screams, not the kind that tells you you're not good enough, but the quieter version, the kind that lives in recurring emotional echoes. The kind that sounds like, "Here I go again. Why does this always happen? I thought I had already dealt with this. I know better than this." These aren't reflections. They're recurrence activators. Let's explain. In quantum field dynamics, loops form when a signal can't stabilize into a new collapse, but also refuses to return to its original form. It just spins. This spinning creates what's known as an energetic recurrence field, a state where the same emotional experience replays across different circumstances, relationships, goals, or environments. It's not the same event, but it's the same emotional signal. And it means collapse hasn't completed. You're cycling between intention and interruption over and over. Now, self-doubt is the initiator of this loop. Here's how. You set a clear intention. You begin collapsing the field. You hit a moment of internal contradiction. Instead of resolving it, you question yourself. That question doesn't get answered. So you create a new goal, a new structure, a new attempt, still carrying the unresolved doubt. The loop resets. The problem isn't that your field is resisting growth. It's that your field doesn't trust the version of you doing the collapsing. So it keeps defaulting to the safest loop it knows. Familiarity, repetition, pattern. And because you're making progress, the loop becomes harder to spot. You think, but this time it's different. and the form is different, but the emotional field is the same. This is how you know you're looping. You keep creating new projects that end in the same emotional crash. You attract different people with the same relational dynamics. You evolve goals, but the inner narrative never changes. You stay busy, but don't feel moved. You sense forward motion, but don't experience arrival. The loop always includes movement, but never completion. So how do you break it? Not by setting better goals, not by doubling down on affirmations, but by interrupting the recurrence behaviorally and energetically. Here's the method. Identify the loop trigger. What moment consistently starts the spiral? Is it after success? After vulnerability? After stillness? That moment is your access point. Name the doubt phrase. Every loop contains a signature sentence. Find yours. Maybe this isn't the right time. What if I mess it up again? That sentence is the spell. Break it. Act against the pattern. Do not act to fix it. Act to exit it. Choose the behavior that directly contradicts the loop's momentum. If you normally wait, move. If you normally fix, rest. If you normally collapse, rise. Declare loop override. Your field responds to commands, not in words, but in certainty behaviors. Say aloud, "This is not the same. I end the pattern here." Then behave as if it's true. Here's what to expect after the override. Confusion, disorientation, even grief, because you're collapsing a timeline that's been looping for years, maybe decades. You're ending not just a pattern, but a version of yourself defined by recurrence. You'll feel the break, and then silence. That's the still point before new resonance arrives. Understand this. Self-doubt doesn't just kill confidence. It resurrects time loops. It reanimates versions of you that were meant to evolve. It creates internal recursion, and that recursion blocks field resolution. Now that you've broken the loop, you'll notice something strange. You're not thinking more clearly. You're just no longer arguing with yourself. And in that absence of argument, the field becomes receptive again. Next, we will unlock what happens when you use your neurological structure to deliberately collapse timelines, training your brain not to think its way out of resistance, but to tune the field into clarity at will. You've broken the time loop. You've stabilized your field enough to feel a silence that used to be filled with noise. You've stopped arguing with the versions of yourself that no longer control the collapse. But there's one piece of machinery still broadcasting, still interpreting, still filtering your signal before it hits the field. Your brain. Not the mind. Not the thoughts. But the neurological interface that translates perception into energy and energy into response. You've been taught to believe your brain is in charge, that it decides, directs, commands. But that's an outdated model. Your brain is not the commander. It's the translator, the biological software that renders your field frequency into human-readable experience. It's a pattern recognizer, a signal consolidator, a meaning-making machine. And unless you consciously train it, it will always default to the most familiar collapse pattern, not the most aligned one. Why? Because your brain isn't designed for truth. It's designed for predictability. It doesn't care whether a signal is expansive or limiting, creative or suppressive. It only cares whether it matches what it already knows how to interpret. So if your field starts broadcasting a new frequency, one of wholeness, confidence, abundance, but your brain hasn't been taught to interpret that pattern, it will resist. It will call the new signal unsafe. It will redirect your attention to older data. It will trigger thoughts that loop. It will recreate emotional sequences from memory, not because they're true, but because they're known. This is where most people get stuck. They do the energetic work. They collapse the field. But their neural architecture doesn't know how to read the new timeline. So the signal collapses and then unravels, not because the field failed, but because the brain rejected the data. So how do you correct that? With neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to physically reshape itself in response to repeated intention, emotional coherence, and new stimulus. But not the kind you've heard about. We're not talking about mindset shifts. We're talking about quantum-aligned neural retraining. Here's the premise. You must train your brain to interpret new field signals as familiar before they arrive. This is how you build coherence between your energetic broadcasts and your neurological reflexes. This is how you stop returning to doubt. This is how you collapse without rebound. Let's make it practical. Anchor new emotional familiarity. Your brain resists what feels unfamiliar. So before you even manifest the external shift, create emotional simulations of the outcome. Don't imagine success. Feel what it would be like to wake up used to success. Normalize the frequency. Interrupt old prediction loops. Every time you predict disappointment, loss, or delay, that's not intuition. It's a trained neural pattern. Say aloud, "This is not required prediction. This is past code." Override it in real time. Teach safety in stillness. Most brains associate uncertainty with threat. So when the field goes quiet, just before collapse, your brain panics. Teach it to associate that stillness with arrival, not danger. That flips the signal. Ritualize field retraining. Don't wait for the external shift. Each day, anchor thoughts, sensations, and micro-decisions that reinforce. This is the new normal. Make it boring. Make it baseline. Your brain learns best through repetition, not intensity. Now let's add in a deeper layer. When you observe a thing, you change it. This isn't just theory, it's quantum law. The observer effect means that attention itself collapses the wave. So what happens when you use your trained brain as a deliberate observer? You collapse differently, not through force, not through want, but through targeted attention held long enough and consistently enough to finalize the collapse without emotional wobble. Here's how it looks. You stop needing to feel excited. You become precise instead. You don't watch for signs. You become the signal. You don't monitor progress. You install the outcome as reality, and your brain stops checking for confirmation. This is quantum observation done neurologically. Now be careful because there's a trap here. Once your brain starts interpreting the new field correctly, you might assume that the work is done. But if you still carry uncollapsed emotional mass, old thought forms from past beliefs, the field will still experience interference. Which brings us to the next critical insight. You can rewire the brain all you want, but if old thought mass is still vibrating in your field, it will keep materializing the past. Next, we will expose exactly how these thought forms stay alive even after you've mentally outgrown them, and how to purge the last traces of energetic inertia that delay your manifestation without warning. You've started training your brain to read new field signals. You've stopped confusing unfamiliarity with danger. You've begun stabilizing collapse by removing neural resistance. But there's one more element that can silently sabotage everything, even after the intention is clear. Even after the nervous system is calm. Even after the wave has technically collapsed. Old thought forms still hanging in your field like echoes, repeating, amplifying, distorting, long after you've mentally left them behind. This is thought form inertia, and it's one of the most deceptive causes of delayed or distorted manifestation. Let's get clear. A thought is not just a spark of cognition. It's a wave imprint in your energetic field. And the more times you've thought it, especially with emotion, the more mass it accumulates. Over time, that thought becomes a form, an energetic structure, a mini-program running in your field, independent of your current intentions. Even after you've changed your mind, the thought form still broadcasts. And if it has enough mass, it begins attracting matching collapses, outcomes, relationships, situations, and emotional loops that look like your past, even though your mind swears it's moved on. You're confused. You're working hard. You've evolved. But the field says, you're still hosting old software. Thought form inertia explains why. You keep reliving dynamics with people you've outgrown. New opportunities carry old emotional tones. You feel momentarily aligned only to snap back into doubt. Manifestation feels stuck. Even when you're doing everything right, it's not sabotage. It's residual collapse energy, stored in the quantum memory of your field. And it keeps materializing until it's either A, fully neutralized, or B, reassigned. Here's how to identify lingering thought forms. Look for familiar emotional aftertastes. Even in new experiences, does a familiar emotional tone arise? Not the form, just the flavor. That's a sign an old thought form is hijacking the collapse. Track recurring symbolic imagery. Do you keep seeing the same metaphors, fears, phrases, or people in your dreams, thoughts, or decisions? Even after healing work, these are signal residues. Audit subtle preferences. Sometimes your aversions are thought forms rejecting new collapse. I don't want that kind of attention. I'm not that kind of person. These statements often come from a past thought form claiming relevance. Now that you can identify them, how do you clear them? Let's be surgical. Energetic confrontation. Meet the thought form with presence, not resistance. Say, I see you. I am not fighting you. I am no longer feeding you. This immediately disrupts the feedback loop. Name the origin emotion. Every persistent thought form carries one core emotion. Shame, abandonment, guilt, fear, powerlessness. Name it. Don't analyze it. Just feel it fully, then stop. Starve the signal. Stop acting in ways that reinforce the old broadcast. That means stop explaining. Stop proving. Stop arguing with ghosts. The thought form dies from non-participation. Replace form with field. Once the structure dissolves, don't rush to fill the space with another belief. Allow space, presence, emptiness. This is where your authentic field begins to self-broadcast again, unhijacked. Now, let's address the most persistent question. What if the thought form comes back? Here's the truth. It might, because form doesn't disappear instantly, it fades. You may hear the same inner voice, but it's quieter, less convincing. You'll feel the moment it tries to anchor, and your job is not to believe it. Not because it's wrong, but because it's no longer yours. That's the moment you step into true sovereignty. Not just controlling what you think, but refusing to host frequencies that no longer match who you are. Thought form inertia is the last shadow of a misaligned past. Clear it, and the field stops confusing timelines. Your manifestations arrive faster, cleaner, and without collapse distortion. Now that you've cleared the last residues of past signal mass, you're finally ready to operate not just as a brain or body, but as a signal tuner. Not someone who commands reality, but someone who can precisely dial the frequency of collapse. Next, we will begin the practical phase, how to tune your field deliberately, consistently, and energetically through structured rituals that raise your coherence from theory to embodied power. By now, you've removed the distortion of old thought forms. You've cleared the backlog of emotional echoes. You've stopped chasing control through belief and started tuning your presence. But one misunderstanding remains embedded deep in most personal development models. The belief that the brain leads the collapse. It doesn't. It never did. Your brain isn't the command center. It's the translator. It doesn't direct the field. It decodes it. It doesn't create the signal. It interprets the signal already moving through your energy system. Why does this distinction matter? Because as long as you believe your brain is the primary driver of reality, you'll stay stuck in analysis, decision loops, and overmanagement. You'll keep trying to figure it out instead of letting the field deliver instruction. When you see the brain as a translator, everything shifts. Instead of directing outcomes, your role becomes about tuning what enters your field, filtering what you hold, clarifying what gets sent to the nervous system. In other words, the brain is not the boss, it's the interface. Here's how it works. Your field detects possibility. Your emotional system amplifies a signal. Your intuition steers direction. And your brain, it simply renders that frequency into thought. This is why forcing mindset work often backfires. If the field hasn't changed, new thoughts are just friction against the current signal. The brain doesn't reprogram the field. The field reprograms the brain, which means if you want new thoughts, you don't start with thinking. You start by raising the baseline of your field's coherence. Then the brain starts interpreting new data, not because you forced it to, but because it has no other choice. The frequency changed, so the interpretation changed. Let's make this more precise. Say you're trying to manifest freedom. You visualize, you affirm, you journal, But internally, your field is still broadcasting fear. What does your brain do? It receives that fear frequency and begins producing thoughts like, maybe I should wait a little longer. What if I lose what I've built? It's probably not the right time. These are not real conclusions. They're translations of the current energetic field. So what's the fix? Don't fight the thought. Change the signal it's translating. This is the death of mental war. You no longer need to argue with your thoughts. You just trace them back to their source, the energetic tone of the field you're holding. Now here's the upgrade. If your brain is a translator, you can actually use it to reflect coherence back into the field. This creates a feedback loop of reinforcement. Here's how. Train your thoughts to repeat what you want the field to keep producing. Not because it's affirming a belief, but because it's helping the field stabilize the broadcast. Think of this as translation optimization. Use language as a frequency editor. The words you speak are subtle vibrational instructions to your nervous system. Speak in tones that your field can match without resistance. Stop using contradiction. Eliminate sort of maybe and hopefully. Your field responds to linguistic clarity. Redirect intrusive thoughts to field scanning. When doubt arises, say, this is just my translator catching an old echo. Let me retune the input. Instead of arguing, switch fields. Get still. Feel the actual broadcast. Use brain outputs as diagnostics. Your thoughts aren't truth, they're translations. If they're messy, anxious, or scattered, don't fix them. Fix what they're reading. Once you understand this, everything simplifies. You don't need more confidence. You don't need more motivation. You just need to hold the frequency long enough that the brain's default translation becomes aligned automatically. This is coherence through signal harmony, not thought control. Now you're ready to make this real. You're ready to tune your field, not once, but daily. Not with force, but with integrity. Not with rituals to prove your worth, but with practices that clean your signal and hold your collapse steady. Next, we will begin applying what you've learned, starting with real daily signal tuning techniques to build a coherent field that's clear, magnetic, and collapse-ready. You now understand your thoughts are just translations. You've stopped trying to think your way into alignment. You've learned how the brain reads, not leads, the field. So what actually builds the field itself? The field is not mental. It's not emotional. It's not intellectual. It is resonant structure, the composite frequency of your beliefs, emotions, attention, physiology, memory, and future orientation, all humming in one unified tone. If that tone is fractured, static, or diffused, your manifestations wobble. If that tone is stabilized, centered, and tuned, your collapse becomes inevitable. So how do you tune the field? Daily, consistently, accurately. This is Signal Tuning 101. And it starts with one principle. Your field is not built through intensity. It's built through repetition of aligned signal states over time. This is why sporadic energy bursts don't work. That week of high energy and perfect habits? Irrelevant if it's followed by default field collapse. What matters is field tone over time. Let's walk through the foundational practices for tuning your coherence field. 1. Morning frequency calibration. Your field wakes up before your mind does. Before you look at your phone, check messages, or start problem solving, tune the tone. Here's how. Sit for 2 minutes with your eyes open. Scan your body for any emotional residue from dreams or subconscious loops. Ask, what is the tone of this field right now? Speak one word out loud that you want to install as baseline. Clarity, calm, power. Anchor it with a physical gesture. Hand on chest, deep breath, grounded posture. This tells your field what signal it's stabilizing today, before the brain starts translating. 2. Midday signal check. Around the midpoint of your day, pause for 3 minutes. Ask, what emotion has dominated today's frequency? Is this the field I want to collapse reality from? What needs to shift? Not in thought, but in tone. Then shift your body, breath, or posture until the internal frequency changes. Why this works? Your body is the first responder to your field. Shift the body, and the field begins to rebroadcast. This is tuning through physiological override. 3. Emotional noise clearing. Once a day, preferably before or after high stimulation events, clear the static. Here's the process. Close your eyes. Ask, what part of my field is broadcasting incoherence? Don't analyze. Feel. There will be an emotional hotspot: chest, gut, throat. Inhale through that area. Exhale the name of the tone you want to release: pressure, tension, doubt. Do this for 90 seconds only. Why it works? This breaks emotional residue loops before they harden into signal mass. It's like sweeping the frequency floor before collapse finalizes. 4. Nighttime collapse holding. As you transition into sleep, your field begins preparing for the next cycle. This is when most people lose coherence. They end the day in fragmented thought, screen stimulation, or unresolved emotion. Instead, lie still. Say aloud, my field is safe to hold collapse. Replay the emotional tone of your desired timeline. Not the details, just the vibe. Let that feeling fill your entire system. Sleep while holding that frequency. This is how to let the quantum collapse finalize overnight, without interference. 5. Static disruption protocol. When you feel off, stuck, anxious, or energetically polluted, use this. Stop what you're doing. Go silent. Ask, what's broadcasting that isn't mine? Whatever arises, say, I release that signal. Place both hands on your heart. Say aloud, return to coherence. Stand up. Move your body. Change location even slightly. Why this works? Most static isn't from you, it's from field entanglements. This breaks resonance loops before they override your signal. These practices aren't about perfection. They're about field integrity. Because coherence isn't about feeling good. It's about holding a clean enough signal long enough for reality to bend toward it. And once that happens, the field begins to move in your favor without effort. It starts delivering aligned events, people, and resources not because you asked, but because your signal became undeniable. But one thing must now be addressed. You've tuned the field. You've cleared the noise. You've stabilized coherence. But your visualizations still aren't working. Why? Because you're still missing the one element that makes mental imagery collapse into matter. Next, we will unlock why visualization fails without emotional structure, and what specific quantum coding process makes mental imagery magnetic to the field. You've built your coherence. You've trained your field to stabilize across the day. You've stopped relying on thought to dictate direction, and tuned into signal instead. But there's one more widespread tool that's being misused at scale: visualization. You've heard it 1,000 times. Picture your goal. See the life you want. Feel the reality as if it's already here. And yet, you've done all that and nothing shifted. Why? Because visualization without the right energetic structure is just mental noise. And mental noise doesn't collapse fields. It bounces off them. Visualization by itself is not enough. In fact, in most cases, it causes more signal scattering than clarity. Let's unpack why. The quantum field does not respond to imagery. It responds to frequency coherence. If the images in your mind do not match the emotional signature of your actual field, they create internal friction and collapse nothing. Here's what that looks like. You picture a life of abundance, but your field still carries scarcity. You imagine deep connection, but your nervous system is holding defense. You visualize impact, but your subconscious tone is invisibility. In those moments, visualization becomes a conflicting signal, not a magnetic one. The field reads the mismatch and nothing moves. So what's the missing piece? You must code your visualization with the energetic DNA of the timeline you're calling in. Not just the image, not just the emotion, but the cellular tone, the somatic truth, the neuro-emotional imprint of that life. That's what the field collapses into reality. Not the movie, the resonant match. Let's make this practical. Step 1. Dismantle image addiction. Stop visualizing what looks impressive. Start aligning with what feels tonally true. Ask, if no one else ever saw this, if I never posted it, would it still feel correct? If not, you're visualizing ego-based timelines, destabilizing your coherence. Field collapse requires resonance, not performance. Step 2. Lock in the emotional frame first. Before you build a scene in your mind, ask, what does this version of me feel like in the body? Is it relaxed, expansive, still, energized? Anchor that physical-emotional state first. Only then do you allow visual data to emerge, so the image forms around the signal, not the other way around. This is how to build bottom-up visualization. Collapses faster because it's sourced from coherence. Step 3. Reduce detail, increase vibe. More details don't equal more precision. In fact, excessive detail increases static. The field doesn't respond to what brand of car you drive. It responds to the frequency of ease, luxury, movement, power that the car represents. So instead of designing a five-sensory scene, focus on one question. What is the core tone of this timeline? Then let that tone vibrate through you until the thought becomes irrelevant. When done correctly, you'll notice something unusual. You stop needing to finish the image. The scene gets blurry, but the feeling gets sharper. You lose interest in details because you've merged with the field of the outcome. This is successful visualization, the moment where image disappears and only frequency remains. That's the point of collapse, because the field is no longer watching you wish. It's receiving your signal. Now let's add a layer of mastery. Step 4. Collapse the gap in identity. Visualization fails most often because people try to imagine a future version of themselves from the standpoint of their current identity. This creates an invisible wall. Your brain sees the image, but your field interprets it as not me, so the collapse can't finish. Solution. Before the visualization begins, assume the self who already has it. Don't picture you getting there. Picture you as already having arrived, and now remembering what it took to get there. Reverse the timeline in your body. Ask, how would I look back at my current self from the other side of this success? This perspective collapses time. The visualization stops being about the future. It becomes a now broadcast. The field locks on. The collapse completes. Now that you've restructured your visualization practices, there's one more step. You must anchor the frequency so it doesn't float away. You can't just feel it during practice, you need to hold it while you move through life. That's where field anchoring begins. Next, we will lock your upgraded signal into your nervous system, so your body doesn't just visualize outcomes. It becomes a receiver that sustains them. You've felt it now. That exact tone. That signal buzz. That moment in visualization where your body aligns, your thoughts go quiet, and everything feels inevitable. That's the peak frequency of collapse readiness. But if you don't anchor it, that signal fades. It drifts. It disperses. And you return to default field tones, wobble, hope, partial clarity. The solution. You need to lock the signal into your nervous system. Not as belief, not as thought, but as a somatic broadcast. Because manifestation doesn't require consistent thoughts. It requires a stable tone of being. This is where frequency anchoring comes in. Let's define it clearly. Frequency anchoring is the act of embedding the emotional signal of your desired timeline into your body's default energetic broadcast. So your external world begins bending around the inner signal you consistently radiate. It's not about forcing. It's not about repeating affirmations. It's about building a resonant groove so deep in your system that the field treats it as real, because to your biology it already is. Here's how to anchor correctly. Step 1. Choose your anchor frequency. Each timeline has a core tone. You don't need to name it. You need to feel it. Is it grounded certainty? Electric creativity? Quiet abundance? Expansive visibility? Pick one tone that feels like the signal of your outcome. Hold that tone for 60 seconds in complete stillness. Notice how your body reacts. If it resists, adjust the tone slightly. You'll know when it clicks, because your breath deepens, your muscles soften, and your mind quiets. That's the right anchor. Step 2. Pair it with a physical gesture. Your nervous system learns through association. So pick one physical action to pair with that frequency. It can be subtle, hand over heart, eyes closed with one breath, stretching your arms open, light tapping on the sternum. Do this gesture while holding the signal. You are now creating a neurosomatic association. This is no longer theory. It's embodied broadcast design. Step 3. Repetition until saturation. Anchor this signal multiple times a day, not for long, but frequently. This creates signal saturation. Here's the ideal pattern. Morning, establish. Midday, reinforce. Evening, close the day in that tone. Why this works? The body is a rhythmic system. If the frequency appears only once a day, it doesn't register as baseline. But if it shows up 3 times, it becomes pattern. And the pattern becomes identity. Step 4. Interrupt drift with signal recall. During the day when you feel triggered, fatigued, or distracted, don't try to get back to motivation. Instead, activate your anchor gesture. Hold the tone for 20 seconds. That's all. This breaks the emotional drift without mental effort. You're not fighting thoughts. You're restoring broadcast integrity. Over time, your system starts defaulting to this tone because it's the one you fed it most often. You've trained your body to trust the frequency of your desired outcome. And that's when collapse completes. Because the field is not just watching your moments of clarity. It's listening to your sustained identity tone. Frequency anchoring makes that tone unchangeable. Now understand this. You've trained your field. You've locked the signal. But you're still operating under one outdated assumption. That manifestation is something you must push into being. That results happen through force. But the next stage of mastery is about realizing this. Pure effort often creates static. You need a new form of power, one that isn't about doing more, but about being more coherent. Next, we will break the illusion of willpower and show you how true collapse happens when you stop trying to manifest and start allowing your field to lead. You've now learned how to anchor frequency. You've felt what it's like to lock into a tone and let the field start adjusting reality around your coherence. You've dropped the reliance on mental pictures and started broadcasting from embodiment. But many still carry a residual belief that poisons the process, that more effort equals more results. This is the great myth of willpower. Let's be clear. Willpower is not useless, but it is not stable enough to collapse probability waves. It flickers. It drains. It's reactive. And most importantly, it's based on resistance. Every time you act from willpower, you are pushing against something. Whether it's fear, inertia, or doubt, you are forcing a shift instead of aligning with one. In quantum mechanics, this creates turbulence in the field. It introduces static. It weakens the coherence of your broadcast. And even if collapse occurs, it collapses under stress, which means you either sabotage the result or can't hold it when it arrives. Here's the deeper problem. Willpower relies on the assumption that you are separate from the field, that you must make it happen, that you must force your timeline into reality. But you're not separate. You are the signal. You are the source code. And that means your job isn't to push. It's to become the resonance that renders the outcome inevitable. Let's dissect why willpower fails. 1. Willpower is a cortical strategy. Willpower arises from the prefrontal cortex, the thinking, planning, decision-making part of the brain. But collapse occurs through subcortical structures, emotional, somatic, and energetic systems that precede conscious thought. That means if your field is broadcasting fear, and you try to override it with forced focus or discipline, you're attempting to collapse reality from 2 conflicting signals. The result? Burnout, resistance, partial results that unravel later. 2. Willpower fatigues the nervous system. Every time you use willpower, you signal the body that there is threat. Effort becomes the strategy for survival. This tightens muscles, shortens breath, clamps down on your electromagnetic field. The collapse that emerges from this place is brittle. It may look like success briefly, but it carries the vibration of exhaustion. The field treats this as unstable and begins pulling the outcome apart again. 3. Willpower reaffirms a misaligned identity. When you use effort to prove your worth or override fear, you tell the quantum field, I don't already have this. I am not yet the one who deserves it. I must earn it manually. And the field responds, Okay, that's the signal. Let's keep you in effort mode. Effort becomes your identity. Struggle becomes your baseline. And the very tool you're using to achieve becomes the anchor that prevents arrival. So what's the alternative? It's not laziness. It's not apathy. It's not passivity. It's field power. Field power is the force of stable resonance. It doesn't push. It holds. It doesn't override. It broadcasts. And the universe doesn't ignore it, it bends around it. This is how the most effective collapses occur. Without forcing. Without hustle. Without constantly needing to do more. They happen because the signal was stable enough for long enough to magnetize reality without distortion. Here's how to shift from willpower to field power. Step 1. Pause before you push. Whenever you feel the impulse to force, stop. Scan your body. Ask, am I acting from coherence or from pressure? If it's pressure, wait. Redirect your focus inward. Anchor the frequency first, then proceed. This small gap breaks the willpower reflex. Step 2. Build stamina through stillness. Field power grows in stillness. Hold your anchor tone not in motion, but in presence. Start with 1 minute, then 5. This conditions your nervous system to see stability as strength, not movement. Step 3. Redefine progress as resonance. Stop measuring your day by tasks completed. Start asking, did I hold my tone today? Did I reduce distortion? Did I maintain signal clarity? That is true forward motion. And that's what the field responds to. Now you may ask, if I'm not supposed to force things, why do I keep falling back into the same patterns? Even after clarity, even after tuning, why does the old reality sometimes come rushing back? The answer is this. You're being reset by an invisible baseline, the default field that's been running your system for years. And unless you find and reprogram it, it will overwrite every upgrade you install. Next, we will reveal how your default frequency sabotages daily collapse, and show you how to locate, isolate, and rewire it for good. You've stopped forcing. You've begun holding. You've felt the taste of manifestation through signal, not will. But every day when you wake up, something resets. The tone slips. The signal softens. The doubt creeps back. Even after powerful moments of clarity, you find yourself operating from the same old baseline frequency. This is not failure. It's default field programming. Let's define it precisely. Your default field is the composite frequency your system reverts to in the absence of conscious override. It's the energetic home frequency your field treats as normal, even if it doesn't match your current desires. This default is formed through childhood imprinting, repeated emotional patterns, cultural field absorption, long-standing belief structures, unprocessed trauma vibrations. And because it's so familiar, you rarely notice it. It just feels like you, but it's not you. It's a signal script, and it runs the show behind the scenes. Here's the key truth. Your reality will always bend to the tone of your default field, not your momentary efforts. Unless you reprogram the default, you'll always snap back. This explains why your meditations feel great but don't lead to change. Your alignment only lasts a few hours. Your breakthroughs fade overnight. You keep getting results that match who you used to be. Let's break this down. The mechanics of default reversion. During peak moments, you raise your frequency. Collapse begins. The field starts aligning. Then you sleep or get distracted or encounter pressure. Your body returns to the safe, familiar broadcast. The new reality collapses halfway, then unravels. You feel stuck again. Not because you failed, but because the default tone reasserted itself. So how do you find your default field? Step 1. Identify your auto-broadcast pattern. Ask yourself, what emotion do I feel without external stimulus? What internal dialogue shows up during idle time? What physical posture or breath pattern do I default to? These reveal your unconscious broadcast frequency. It's usually subtle, quiet, and chronic. Examples: a slight anxiety hum, a vague sadness cloud, a tight-chested tension, a constant hypervigilance. These are not random, they're the tone your system treats as home. Step 2. Trace it to its source loop. Once you recognize your default tone, ask, when did I first remember feeling this as normal? It might point to childhood, to an early relationship, to a cultural or religious structure. Don't analyze, just locate the pattern origin. It holds the coding for your default broadcast. Now comes the transformation. Step 3. Override with a reprogrammed normal. You cannot erase a default. You must replace it. Here's how. Choose the frequency you want to become normal, e.g., peace, visibility, confidence. For 21 days, anchor that frequency first thing in the morning for 3 minutes. Speak this aloud. This is my baseline. This is my home signal. This is what my field wakes up to. Then hold it again before sleep. Why this works? The nervous system learns fastest through waking and sleeping thresholds. That's when default encoding is most malleable. You're not just tuning anymore. You're installing a new operating field. This is how transformation stabilizes. And one more step takes it to full collapse. Step 4. Build a collapse lock ritual. Once per day, hold your desired frequency during a mundane task. Washing dishes, walking, brushing teeth. This tells the body, this isn't just for high-vibe moments. This is the new normal, even in neutral time. The more mundane the activity, the more powerful the reprogramming. Because now your default field isn't something you rise into, it's something you live from. When this happens, results stop being spikes. They become convergences. You're not manifesting anymore. You're matching timelines through identity tone. Now that you've stabilized the core of your field, it's time to learn how to hold it long enough for reality to catch up and stay caught. Next, we'll train your signal stamina so the field doesn't just collapse once, but stays aligned until your new reality is locked in. You've recalibrated your default field. You've begun living from resonance instead of reaction. You no longer rely on spikes of inspiration. You've started embodying sustained signal tones. But this next phase is where most collapse attempts fail. Not because your signal is wrong. Not because your desire isn't aligned, but because you don't hold the tone long enough for reality to fully materialize around it. This is the gap between vibration and manifestation. You tune the frequency, you feel the resonance, you see the signs, and then nothing locks. You wobble, you question, you revert. This isn't about sabotage. It's about energetic stamina. Let's name the requirement clearly. Collapse lock. The ability to hold an energetic state long enough for the field to complete its restructuring and reflect the outcome externally. Here's the uncomfortable truth. The field doesn't respond to your highest moment. It responds to your most consistent signal, your most sustained state, your most stabilized tone. The field isn't looking for fireworks. It's looking for predictable coherence. Think of it like this. If you broadcast abundance for 10 minutes in the morning, fear for 7 hours during the day, and anxiety for 2 hours at night, the field averages your signal. It collapses based on the dominant frequency, not the most intense one. This is why willpower fails, why affirmations fall flat, why sporadic alignment leads to incomplete outcomes. Collapse requires field saturation, and that only happens through time-held resonance. So how do you lock the signal? Let's walk through the mechanics of the collapse lock. Step 1. Choose a collapse window. You don't need to hold your peak tone for 24 hours a day, but you do need to pick a concentrated window where no competing frequencies are allowed. Start with 2 hours per day. During that time, no self-doubt, no conflicting goals, no negative media, no what-if questioning. Instead, hold your tone like it's oxygen. Feel it, act from it, think within it. This window teaches your field what pure coherence feels like in practice. It's not theory, it's rehearsal, it's signal discipline. Step 2. Anchor the tone in micro-decisions. Most collapse failures come from subtle leaks, not major contradictions. You hold the frequency, then you scroll, then you complain, then you settle for less. Each act breaks the broadcast. Collapse lock requires total tone congruence, even in micro-choices. So during your collapse window, Only engage with content that matches your signal. Only speak in ways that reinforce your broadcast. Only entertain thoughts that are field compatible. This isn't control. It's precision coherence. Step 3. Use the mirror rule. The field doesn't deliver the timeline you want. It mirrors the tone you are. So ask throughout your collapse window, am I behaving as a mirror or a mask? If you're trying to force an outcome, that's a mask. If you're allowing the field to reflect who you're already being, that's the mirror. That's the lock. Step 4. Observe signal resistance without engaging it. When resistance arises, because it will, your job isn't to banish it. It's to observe without collapsing into it. Say this internally, I see the noise. I don't need to broadcast it. That's field maturity. You're no longer pulled by every frequency flicker. You're holding your lane until the collapse completes. And it will, because sustained coherence is irresistible to the field. This is why some people manifest effortlessly, not because they want more, but because they hold their signal better. Now here's the final move. Step 5. Lock the tone into physical space. Your environment either reinforces your collapse or destabilizes it. Pick a room, a corner, a chair. Declare it your collapse lock zone. Every time you sit there, you hold the field. No distractions. No contradictions. No split frequency. This trains your nervous system to associate physical location with signal stability. That's how timelines land. That's how identity locks. That's how reality catches up. You've now built stamina. You've created a consistent container for field integrity. But you're ready to take it deeper. Now that your signal is stable, you can start using reflection not to analyze your life, but to reprogram your probability field with laser accuracy. Next, we will use the written word as a tool for collapse acceleration and show you how journaling, done properly, becomes a quantum mechanism for shifting reality. So far, you've refined your signal. You've learned to hold frequency under pressure. You've turned daily life into a broadcast training ground. And you've begun commanding your collapse window with clarity. Now it's time to imprint those frequencies into your field with precision. Not by thinking, not by speaking, but by writing. Because when done correctly, writing becomes more than reflection, it becomes a collapse code. Let's define what this truly means. Quantum journaling is the act of using language to write in the frequency of your desired timeline, so your field absorbs it as an instruction, not just a record. Most people journal for emotional release, or clarity, or stress relief. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're still journaling as a mental dump, you're missing the quantum opportunity. Here's the truth. Words are frequencies. Sentences are energy structures. Paragraphs are wave packets. When you write from a coherent signal, your words carry vibrational authority, and the field responds. Let's build this practice with precision. Step 1. Drop descriptive journaling. Do not write about what happened today. That reinforces the current field. That locks in the timeline you're trying to leave. Instead, ask, what do I want my field to believe is normal? Now write as if that normal is already real. But don't just affirm it, describe it energetically. Instead of, I made $10,000 this month. Write, the energy of flow is so calm and rhythmic now. I can feel the pulse of trust in my chest. Every transaction echoes back confirmation. Now you're writing with sensory resonance. That's a field-level instruction, not just a thought. Step 2. Use identity-based language. The collapse doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to who you're being. So journal from identity, not desire. Instead of, I want to feel more confident. Write, I walk with the steadiness of someone who's already been seen. My presence is proof. My breath holds certainty. Now your field is reading this as a declaration of identity, and that identity begins to lock the tone of your broadcast. Step 3. Time travel through writing. The field doesn't follow linear time, so neither should your journaling. Alternate between writing from the future as if it's already real, writing from the now anchoring your tone, writing from the past and editing your memory energetically. Examples. It's been 3 months since I crossed the 1,000,000 mark, and the signal of stability hasn't faded. Today I held clarity through chaos. My default is now resilience. Looking back, I no longer feel tied to that old version of me. She's collapsed completely. You are now collapsing time-bound versions of self through language. This is not poetry. This is precision frequency coding. Step 4. Choose your writing window carefully. The field is most open to imprint during, immediately after waking, during liminal states, e.g. just before sleep, right after an emotional peak, high or low, during collapse lock windows. Use these times for quantum journaling only. Your words will carry amplified resonance, because your field is already vibrating in openness or transformation. Step 5. Read it back with vibration awareness. After writing, don't just close the book. Read your words out loud. But don't read for grammar. Read for tone match. Ask, do these words match the frequency I want to live from? If not, rewrite. If yes, breathe them in. You are now broadcasting thought-form architecture into the quantum field, and your reality will begin to morph accordingly. Because the field doesn't collapse for people who write goals. It collapses for people who write code. You are that coder now. With every line, you're not journaling, you're designing probability structure. And as your language becomes congruent with your signal, you'll begin to feel something extraordinary. Words become reality faster. Ideas take shape sooner. The delay between thought and outcome shortens. Because you're no longer hoping. You're programming. Now you're ready for a deeper internal shift. You've cleared the field. You've tuned the tone. You've written the signal. But what if your manifestation isn't being blocked by anything? What if it's being canceled out by a hidden version of you, broadcasting on another frequency? Next, we will uncover the inner divergence that silently opposes your collapse, and how to unify all versions of self for pure energetic authority. By now, you've written your new reality. You've anchored your signal. You've trained your collapse lock. You've moved beyond mental force and into the physics of frequency. But there's still something odd you might have noticed. A kind of internal tug. Like two versions of you are trying to manifest at once. Part of you holds the tone. Part of you resists. Part of you wants the outcome. Part of you fears what it would change. And then you feel stuck. Not because you aren't aligned, but because you are not unified. Let's name this clearly. You're not blocked. You're split. What you're experiencing is inner divergence, two or more versions of self broadcasting from opposing energetic fields, each disrupting the signal of the other. The result? Interference, tonal fog, energetic deadlock. You're not being sabotaged. You're experiencing incoherence from within. So instead of fighting the resistance, you must find the version of you generating it. Here's the deeper insight. Every stuck state is actually a field collision between divergent identities. Each one wants a different timeline. Each one holds its own beliefs, safety fears, and emotional tones. Let's explore how this split happens. Origin of divergence, self-fragmentation. Divergence doesn't begin with choice. It begins with safety encoding. At some point in your development, your system determined that having money would make you unsafe, that being visible could invite attack, that receiving love was conditional, that success came at the cost of freedom. These beliefs split your identity. One part wanted the dream. The other part built a field to protect you from achieving it. So when you set intentions today, those intentions activate two broadcasts. The conscious you that wants the goal. The hidden you that views the goal as threat. Now you're split. Now the field reads static. Now collapse fails. But you don't need to fight either version. You need to reunify them into a single, coherent identity field. Here's how. Step 1. Name the divergent selves. Sit in stillness and ask, who in me fears this outcome? Listen for the answer. It may not speak in language. It may appear as a memory, a posture, or a sensation. Now name that version. The protector, the one who hides, the tired achiever, the child who was punished for shining. This self is not your enemy. They are broadcasting survival signals. Step 1 is naming them. Step 2 is listening. Step 2, ask their role. Now ask this version of you, What are you trying to protect me from? Their answer is gold. It reveals the counter-frequency blocking collapse. They might say, being judged, losing my freedom, disappointing people, having it all and then losing it. Their signal is fear-coded but intelligent. It's been keeping your frequency safe. But that safety is now blocking expansion. Step 3, translate their frequency. Every divergent self holds a tone. You don't need to destroy it. You need to convert it into alignment. Ask, how can this tone serve me now, in my new timeline? For example, fear of visibility can become discernment. Need for control can become clarity. Distrust of love can become self-validation. You're not exiling this part of you. You're reassigning their broadcast. This is energetic reunification. Step 4, merge through ritual. Write a letter from your current self to your divergent self. Acknowledge the role they played. Thank them. Then say this, you are safe now. The field is different. I choose a new frequency, and you're part of it. Then write a response from that self saying yes. This is not drama. This is neurolinguistic convergence. Once done, breathe as both versions. Let their tones merge. Now you're no longer split. You're whole. Your field stabilizes. Collapse completes. But what if your split is bigger than two versions? What if you've been slipping between entire timelines unconsciously? You're not imagining it. Next, we'll explore timeline crossovers and show you how to consciously shift fields without scattering your signal. Now that your internal signal is unified, you may notice something even stranger. Some days you feel like one version of you. Other days, another. Some weeks everything flows. Synchronicities, clarity, emotional certainty. Then overnight, it all dissolves. Not because of mood, but because of something deeper. You've crossed into a different timeline without knowing it. Let's clarify this right now. You are not living in one linear life path. You are constantly moving through parallel versions of reality, each with its own emotional signature, beliefs, opportunities, and limitations. Most of these shifts happen unconsciously, but with awareness, you can begin to navigate timelines intentionally. Welcome to the mechanics of timeline crossovers. Here's the truth. Your current reality is not the result of your past. It is the outcome of the timeline you're tuned to now. You're not dragging your history forward. You're selecting fields from the multiverse through emotional resonance. Let's make this practical. Step 1. Recognize timeline drift. Drift is when your signal slides from one timeline to another without conscious intent. You know it's happened when people treat you differently for no reason. Ideas that were clear yesterday feel foreign today. You feel like an old identity has reactivated. Your environment subtly changes. Different energy, synchronicities vanish. This is not fantasy. This is quantum position shifting. Your signal collapsed into a lower coherence field, and now your external reflects it. You didn't fall back. You changed lanes, and you can change again. Step 2. Identify the crossover pattern. You'll notice that timeline slips tend to happen after emotional triggers, during major sleep cycles, following social interactions with people from old fields, after big wins that spike your frequency and then destabilize it. These are your shift portals. Track them. Note when they happen. Your job isn't to avoid them. It's to anchor your tone through them. Step 3. Consciously retune your timeline. When you realize you've slipped, ask, what field was I broadcasting when the shift occurred? Then ask, what field do I want to return to? Now do two things. Speak as the self who lives in that timeline. Move your body in a way that matches that version's tone. Examples: straighten posture, slow your breathing, change clothes, step outside. Speak a phrase aloud. I am back. Signal locked. This is physical temporal realignment. You're using voice and movement to collapse into the desired field. Step 4. Build a timeline anchor. Choose one object, location, or action that you use only when tuned to your highest field. This becomes a frequency anchor. When you touch it or activate it, your body remembers the signal. Over time, this prevents unintentional timeline slips. It trains your field to stay put, unless you decide otherwise. Step 5. Start navigating, not reacting. Timeline mastery isn't about avoiding bad shifts. It's about choosing your reality through resonance. So every morning, ask, which timeline am I stepping into today? Then, speak one sentence as that version of you. Move like they would move. Feel what they feel before action begins. You are now pre-collapsing the day. You are not waiting for the timeline to appear. You are calling it forward with tone and intention. And because timelines are fields, not destinations, this shift happens instantly. You feel the lock. You recognize the clarity. And the world begins rearranging accordingly. Now that you can jump timelines intentionally, it's time to understand something even more precise. Every goal you've ever had, every desire, it doesn't just sit on a shelf waiting to be claimed. It has its own frequency signature, and if you can't match it, you can't hold it. Next, we'll decode how to read the energy of your goals and align with the specific signal that allows them to materialize in full. By now, you understand timelines aren't chosen by force, but by frequency. You've learned how to consciously shift into a timeline and maintain that resonance long enough for reality to respond. But here's the next leap in clarity. Your goals are not ideas. They are fields, and each one carries a distinct frequency signature. If you can't read it, if you don't match it, you won't hold the reality that comes with it, no matter how clearly you visualize, journal, or affirm. Let's be even clearer. You don't achieve a goal. You become a compatible field to the signal it's already broadcasting. This is the principle behind signal congruence. It's not enough to want it. It's not enough to believe in it. You must resonate with it. So what exactly is a frequency signature? Think of it like this. Every goal, whether it's wealth, love, visibility, or impact, emits a multi-layered energetic tone composed of emotional state, belief structure, nervous system pattern, behavioral rhythm, environmental context, identity embodiment. That collection of tones creates the goal's signature field. Your current signal is either matching, approximating, or conflicting with it. The further the gap, the more distortion. The more distortion, the more collapse resistance. Let's decode this practically. Step 1. Identify the goal's frequency signature. Take your desire, whatever it is. Now ask, if this were already normal for me, what would the emotional baseline feel like? That's your first layer. Now go deeper. What would your mornings look like? How would your breath pattern change? What beliefs would feel obvious, not aspirational? How would people respond to you without you trying? What kind of silence would surround you? These aren't mood boosters. These are frequency diagnostics. They're helping you feel the texture of your goal's energetic world. Let's take a tangible example. Say your goal is consistent $20,000 per month in your business. The frequency signature might include a grounded tone of neutrality, not excitement, an absence of urgency, a belief that overflow is boringly normal, a clean digital and physical environment, calm, brief decisions with high impact. Now contrast that with your current field, excitement and anxiety mixed, overchecking results, needing validation, scattered branding, inconsistent message. These don't match, and mismatch creates friction. That friction disrupts collapse. Step 2. Listen to your goal as a broadcast. Now imagine your goal is a person across the room, broadcasting its signal. Ask, what is it trying to teach me about who I need to become? Then pause. You'll sense words, tones, images. Let them land. This is your goal speaking as a field, not a dream, not a plan. A conscious broadcast waiting for a match. Write down its message. It will reveal the tone you need to cultivate, not to chase the goal, but to tune into it. Step 3. Practice resonant microactions. Big leaps aren't required. Tiny behaviors matter if they match the frequency. Pick one action that belongs to your goal's version of you. Buying the better pen, saying no faster, sitting down with a straighter spine, answering emails like someone in overflow, not scarcity. Every time you perform a resonant action, your field shifts closer to the signature. That small shift makes collapse more likely and more stable. Step 4. Check for signature confusion. Many people stack goals that conflict energetically. You might want freedom, but also hypercontrol, visibility, but also safety in anonymity, simplicity, but also complexity-driven validation. Each of those pairs broadcasts different tones. And when you hold both simultaneously, you create an interference field. That static jams the collapse. So ask, which of my goals are singing out of tune with each other? Once identified, don't delete them, separate them, collapse them in different windows, but never collapse opposing signals at once. Your field must be tonally unified, or it fragments. Step 5. Become the origin point. Your goal has a signal. You've learned to hear it. Now become its source. Act not like you're trying to get there, but like you're the reason it exists. You are not reaching for the signature. You are emitting it. That reversal of source shifts everything. Now your environment adjusts to you. Now people begin responding to your broadcast. Now opportunities collapse not as miracles but as natural consequences. You've matched the field. The goal has no choice but to materialize. Now you've become the frequency. But here's the next quantum realization. You can't fully match the future until you release the tone of the past. You are likely still carrying collapsed realities that echo through your current field, even if you've outgrown them. Next, we're going to collapse old energetic constructs for good and free your field from expired identity patterns that no longer serve. You've just matched the future. You've learned how to attune your signal to the exact frequency signature of your goal. You've stopped chasing and started emitting. You've become the origin point of your outcomes. But the field still echoes. There's a weight you can't fully name, a signal that won't fully clear, a distortion that flares when stress hits. This isn't current misalignment. It's field residue. You are still broadcasting tones from collapsed realities of your past. And those echoes are not just memories. They are live frequencies anchored in your energetic matrix. Let's be clear. Every version of you that ever experienced shame, failure, rejection, betrayal, diminishment, powerlessness, still exists as an energetic field memory unless you collapse it. And if left unchecked, these fields subtly influence your perception of what's possible, your default safety range, your tolerance for success, your magnetic power, your field congruence. You're not being held back. You're being haunted by old signals that no longer match your identity. It's time to clear them. Here's how. Step 1. Identify residual collapse fields. Ask, where in my body or mind do I still feel like the old version of me is active? Scan for physical sensations, emotional loops, recurring memories, repeating dream patterns, flashbacks in moments of expansion. These are live collapse zones, not static memories. You must treat them as active fields requiring release. Step 2. Speak the truth that collapses the illusion. Every past identity holds power until it's confronted with truth. So return to the memory, not to relive it, but to speak through it. Say to that past self, you were not weak. You were adapting. You were not broken. You were overextended. You were not lost. You were recalibrating. These spoken truths are not affirmations. They are frequency correctives. They alter the tone of that memory's energetic imprint. When spoken with conviction, the past collapses. It no longer loops. It no longer distorts. It no longer controls. Step 3. Erase the anchor ritual. Every collapse field is anchored in spacetime. To release it fully, do a symbolic act that represents field deletion. Burn the memory on paper. Change the arrangement of the room it happened in. Bury a token. Rewrite the outcome as a fictional story that ends with sovereignty. These rituals aren't superstitions. They are kinetic pattern breaks, somatic commands that tell your system, this is no longer real, and the field adjusts. Step 4. Install the present frequency. Immediately after collapse, install the new tone. Speak it, breathe it, embody it. You've just cleared the old channel. Now you must claim the bandwidth. Say, this is my current frequency, and it's louder than the past. Anchor it in stillness for a few minutes. Let your field stretch into the new space. Now you're no longer dragging history. You've collapsed it. You've freed your signal from ancient echoes. And this gives rise to something extraordinary. Your emotional system becomes clearer. You begin to feel your future with greater accuracy. You move without the weight of distortion, because you are no longer a carrier of expired fields. You are the living broadcast of updated reality. Now that the past has been collapsed, and the future frequency has been matched, you're ready for the most powerful tool in reality architecture: resonance-based manifestation through emotion itself. Next, we'll unlock how to use emotional tone, not thought, not action, as the primary driver of collapse and convergence. You've collapsed the past. You've matched the signature of your future. Your identity is now aligned. Your signal is tuned. But here's the final lock, the glue that fuses the field: emotional resonance. Not thought, not will, not vision boards. Feeling. Because it's not the ideas you hold that collapse timelines. It's the emotions you can sustain while holding those ideas. The field is not logical. The quantum doesn't read your intellect. It reads your vibration, and your vibration is emotional tone carried over time. Let's make this unavoidable. You are not attracting what you want. You are converging with what matches how you feel. If there is static, doubt, or fear beneath the desire, then your field collapses away from it, not toward it. You already knew this intuitively, but now let's operationalize it. Step 1. Stop feeling your current life. This is the paradox. You keep generating emotion from what's happening now. And by doing so, you reinforce this timeline over and over. Instead of collapsing forward, your emotional tone loops the present. You're using the wrong signal input. You need to feel the future before it becomes real, or it never does. Ask, what emotional tone belongs to the version of me who already lives this reality? Is it peace? Is it satisfaction? Is it confidence? Is it joyful detachment? Pick one. Now stabilize it without external justification. This is resonance training. Step 2. Separate emotional truth from circumstantial reaction. Most people confuse emotional tone with circumstantial response. They say, I'm frustrated because of that email. I'm hopeful because the deal is progressing. I'm anxious because I don't know what'll happen. Wrong frame. The field doesn't care what your emotions are about. It only cares what you broadcast consistently. So shift your inner narrative. Regardless of what happens, I hold peace. Regardless of progress, I anchor certainty. Regardless of delay, I maintain vibrational clarity. This isn't delusion. It's quantum congruence. You are no longer reacting. You are creating the tone that bends reality toward you. Step 3. Embed future feelings into your body. You can't mentally think a feeling into existence. You must encode it into somatic memory. Here's the practice. Close your eyes. Breathe into the desired emotional tone. Ask, where in my body would this naturally live? Place your awareness there. Expand it. Move from it. Do this enough, and your nervous system will begin to believe the feeling is real, even before reality matches it. That's when collapse happens. That's when the field shifts, not in theory but in form. Step 4. Catch vibrational drift in real time. You won't hold the tone perfectly. You'll slip. You'll wobble. That's normal. But now you're trained to notice. When your tone drops, pause and ask, is this my default emotion or a reactive one? Then reselect. This is the quantum equivalent of course correction. Small tonal shifts create massive timeline divergences over time. Your job isn't perfection. Your job is awareness and realignment. Step 5. Design emotional anchors. Pick a song, a scent, a phrase, a texture. Use it every time you access your future tone. This creates frequency anchors that pull your nervous system back to your chosen emotion automatically. Over time, this builds what we call resonant identity. You don't feel into your future occasionally. You become it. You live there emotionally, so long, so consistently, that reality has no choice but to collapse in accordance. Because remember, reality doesn't bend to your potential. It bends to your emotional broadcast. Now that you've mastered resonance, you're ready to take control of perception itself, not just feeling. You're about to learn how to shape the mind's lens into a quantum preference funnel, bending possibility toward your chosen field. Next, we enter the reality-shaping power of mental tunneling. You've mastered emotional resonance. You've encoded future tone into your nervous system. You've stopped reacting and started radiating. But there's one more layer to integrate: perception itself. Because even if your signal is strong, even if your emotion is aligned, if your mental lens is still set to your old probability field, collapse won't hold. You won't see the opportunity. You'll filter out the signal. You'll scan reality for reasons why it's not working. And perception, unchecked, becomes sabotage. Let's change that permanently. This is the practice of reality tunneling, the act of shaping mental focus so precisely that it creates a quantum funnel, collapsing potential toward a singular desired outcome. Here's the truth. The mind doesn't observe reality. It filters it through preference. That filter is programmable. And once tuned, it starts to gather data, meaning, and behavior cues from the field you've chosen, not the one you inherited. Let's program that filter now. Step 1. Declare your frequency preference. Say aloud, "My field is real, and my perception will now catch up." This declaration matters. You're no longer waiting for evidence. You're instructing your awareness to collect proof of your chosen reality. Now choose a single phrase that defines the identity you're living into. Examples: everything flows to me easily. I always know what to do. People are magnetized to my energy. My presence is the offer. This becomes your tunnel key. Step 2. Prime your reticular activation. The brain's RAS, reticular activating system, determines what data gets filtered in or out. So each morning, write down your chosen identity phrase. 3 things you expect to see today that match that identity. 1 way you'll act from that identity without waiting for proof. You've now tuned your brain to the signal of the desired field. This turns life into a magnetized scavenger hunt, and your field starts collapsing reinforcement loops in real time. Step 3. Scan for field reinforcement. Throughout the day, keep asking, what's showing up that confirms my new reality? Even tiny things count. Compliment, an easy task, calm decision, positive signal. Every observation strengthens the mental funnel. This isn't placebo. This is perception reality feedback reinforcement. You're now training your mind to seek and therefore expand anything that proves collapse is working. Step 4. Collapse contradictory evidence. When something contradicts your chosen field, pause and say, "This belongs to the old tunnel. It's not mine anymore." Then ask, what would my new frequency make this mean? This rewrites perception on the spot. Your mind stops interpreting based on fear and starts reauthoring meaning from your chosen timeline. That shift alone can collapse momentum back into alignment within minutes. Step 5. Tunnel stack for complex realities. If you have multiple simultaneous outcomes you're working toward, use stack tunnels. Here's how. Assign each outcome a phrase. Use a visual cue for each: color, shape, image. Carry a token or digital reminder. When focus shifts, switch tunnel keys. Now your mind knows what field to filter for at all times. You've become a multi-lane frequency manager. Each tunnel collapses its own reality, and you stay coherent across them. This is elite-level perception coding. Few people ever do this consciously, but it's how you collapse multiple outcomes without chaos. You're not reacting to what's real. You're tuning to the field you've already chosen. You are the funnel. You are the preference. You are the collapse director. Now that you've shaped your emotional tone and perceptual funnel, you're ready to encounter the illusion that often halts the strongest signal: resistance. Next, we'll reveal why it's not real, and how to stop giving power to an echo from a field you've already left. You've set your tunnel. You've trained your frequency. You've matched the tone. You've collapsed the feedback loop into emotional resonance. So why do you still feel friction? Why does it feel like certain parts of reality push back the moment you reach signal clarity? Let's end the confusion. Resistance is not real. It's not an obstacle. It's not a force. It's not something to overcome. It's simply this, a mismatched field echo, a reverberation from a timeline you no longer belong to, but haven't fully unplugged from. Here's the mistake most people make. They interpret resistance as a sign to stop. They assume, this must not be meant for me. Maybe my field isn't ready. Something is pushing back. That interpretation collapses alignment, because now you're reinforcing the very thing that isn't real. Let's recalibrate the lens. Step 1. Understand what resistance actually is. Resistance is your body detecting a tonal mismatch. It's not the future rejecting you. It's your nervous system reacting to an old energetic pattern still embedded somewhere in your field. It might show up as procrastination, overthinking, conflict in relationships, delays in response, doubt loops, feeling off in your actions. But none of that is opposition. It's just your system surfacing what's still vibrating in conflict with your current identity broadcast. Not to stop you, to show you what still needs to be cleared. Step 2. Stop labeling it as hard. The moment you call something resistance, you activate an emotional label that gives it power. Instead, say, this is outdated frequency surfacing. It's neutral. It's data. It's feedback. That alone changes the chemistry of your experience. Now you're not fighting. You're reintegrating. Step 3. Locate the frequency source. When friction appears, ask, which tone is this echo coming from? It might be an old fear, a hidden belief, a collapsed desire you never fully let go, a pattern you inherited but never challenged. Identify it, name it, and speak. I've heard you, but I'm not carrying this tone forward. That voice inside you isn't trying to block you. It's asking for release. Your response allows collapse. Step 4. Restabilize the field immediately. Once the echo is acknowledged, your field opens again. Now reinforce it. Return to the desired emotion. Use your tunnel key phrase. Anchor into your body. Breathe as your future self. Move from the new identity. You're not forcing a breakthrough. You're stabilizing the channel you already claimed. Resistance becomes irrelevant. Collapse proceeds. Step 5. Master the echo delay. Sometimes, the moment you shift frequency, old patterns flare up briefly. Not because you failed, but because they're surfacing as the signal breaks. This is called echo delay, when an old timeline sends its last signal through your field before collapsing. It might look like a past version of someone messaging you, a repeat situation, a surprising emotional spike. Don't panic. Don't regress. Don't label it as proof of misalignment. Say, this is the exit signal. My field is closing the loop. Hold your tone. The echo will die off fast because it no longer has energy to feed from. You've upgraded your broadcast, and resistance has lost its illusion of form. You are now free from false force. But here's the highest expression of this path. You must now become the thing you were chasing. Not wait for it, not hope for it, but energetically transform into the identity that already lives in that timeline. Next, you'll collapse desire, identity, and frequency into one signal and stop waiting for proof. You'll become the energetic outcome before it ever arrives. So you've tuned your tunnel. You've cleared false resistance. You've stabilized your emotion. You've learned to collapse past echoes and reclaim perception. But there's one final lock to release. The idea that you're on your way to becoming the person who lives in that new timeline. This idea is beautiful. It's motivating. But it's wrong. Here's the deeper truth. You're not on the path to becoming it. You already are the signal. The version of you who lives in that future reality isn't waiting for you. They're available now as a frequency, not a future. Let's burn the bridge between becoming and being. This is not philosophy. This is collapse logic. The quantum field doesn't operate on linear time. It doesn't care about progress. It cares about resonance. The moment you emit the signal fully, consistently, the field must collapse around it. So stop trying to align and start embodying. Let's make this the most concrete it's ever been. Step 1. Identify the collapse identity. Ask, if this outcome were already normal, who would I be? What would you believe as automatic truth? Do without second-guessing. No longer tolerate. Expect without doubt. Move toward without hesitation. This is not a personality. It's a frequency construct. It's the signal field of the identity who already lives that life. Write a short paragraph as if you were that version of you. Now read it aloud. Feel how it lands. Step into it. Step 2. Collapse the gap. Stop hoping, start broadcasting. Hope has a frequency. It says, this isn't mine yet, but I want it to be. That tone creates delay. You're always one step behind the signal. Instead, speak as if it's already happening. Of course this client showed up. Naturally my audience is growing. It's obvious my impact is landing. This level of ease is just how I operate now. This doesn't mean lying. It means broadcasting from the frequency of inevitability. You're not fooling the world. You're instructing the field. Step 3. Stop needing validation to hold the signal. Your new field might not get external reflection right away. That doesn't matter. The field doesn't reward you for consistency. It collapses once the tone stabilizes without external support. So don't seek proof. Don't ask, is it working yet? That's you sliding back into the observer role when your job is to be the signal origin point. Keep broadcasting until collapse becomes visible. Step 4. Move from the identity before the evidence. Every action you take reinforces a timeline. So ask, would the version of me who already lives this life say yes to this? Would they delay this decision? Would they shrink to comfort someone else? If not, don't do it. Your behavior is no longer an extension of circumstance. It's an extension of identity-based resonance. Act like it, speak like it, move like it. Let the world reconfigure around you. Step 5. Drop the desire loop. Desire is useful for ignition, but if you keep looping it, you signal to the field, I am still separate from this. Collapse doesn't come from craving. It comes from certainty of embodiment. So shift from, I want this, to, this is part of my field now, and let desire dissolve into frequency presence. This is the collapse point, not when you finally achieve the goal, but when you stop needing to reach for it because you've become the field that holds it effortlessly. From here, reality bends faster. Time folds. People mirror you differently. You no longer seek. You draw. You're no longer manifesting. You are the manifestation, vibrating, anchoring, stabilizing. Now that you are the signal, we can project it outward. Next, we'll step into field projection mastery, turning your identity into a hologram that alters reality around you in real time. You've done what few ever do. You stopped waiting for proof. You stopped aligning toward your future. You stopped broadcasting hope. You became the signal. You collapsed the gap between desire and identity. You let your body, your mind, your nervous system act as if it already existed because it did. Now one level remains. Project the identity outward, not to convince, not to impress, but to allow the quantum field to reflect back your chosen construct in real-time environmental form. This is what we call the identity hologram. Let's define it clearly. Your identity is a resonant field, and when stabilized, it emits a coherent frequency that alters the behavior of everything around you. People respond differently. Reality routes resources toward you. Opposition fades or changes tone. Time itself seems to compress. This is not charm, not strategy, not charisma. This projection coherence. You are no longer a personality trying to impact the world. You are a living holographic projector, reformatting the field in every interaction. Let's build that capacity now. Step 1. Define the identity field clearly. Your identity isn't a goal. It's not a role. It's not even a personality. It's a set of resonant traits stabilized into a frequency blueprint. Ask, What does this version of me believe without effort? How does this version of me enter a room? What expectations does this identity radiate? Now describe them in 3 layers. Emotional tone, e.g., grounded, magnetic, sovereign. Behavioral frequency, e.g., decisive, warm, unfazed. Environmental impact, e.g., shifts energy, invites precision, evokes clarity. These are not aspirations. They are your projection template. Step 2. Install the identity as a default broadcast. The goal is not to perform this identity. It's to install it as your baseline broadcast. That means you no longer shift based on who's around. You stop dimming to avoid discomfort. You hold tone even when challenged. You expect your projection to shape response. To do this, choose a symbolic posture, something simple, hand over heart, chin lifted slightly, breathing from low belly, palms open at your sides. This physical code activates your identity hologram. Practice it in stillness until it becomes natural. Then use it during conversations, decisions, creation. Let the field remember what you're projecting. Step 3. See the field reflect back. Once your hologram stabilizes, you'll notice people mirror your tone instantly. Resistance softens or vanishes. Unexpected opportunities surface. Others defer to your frequency without understanding why. Do not attribute this to external change. It's your projected signal collapsing new configurations into visibility. You don't need to manipulate. You don't need to explain. The field does the talking. Your job? Hold the tone without dilution. Step 4. Handle pushback without collapse. At times, your identity hologram will trigger discomfort in others. Old systems may push back, not because you're wrong, but because the field is shifting, and they feel it. Here's the key. Do not collapse your signal to ease their process. That disintegration returns you to incoherence. Instead, pause, breathe deeper, re-anchor your posture, repeat your internal tone phrase. Let your field teach the environment how to respond. You're not waiting for approval. You're broadcasting training signals. Those who match will align. Those who don't will fall away or upgrade. Both are collapse success. Step 5. Let the hologram become habit. The more you live as projection, not persuasion, the more ease you feel. Why? Because you no longer effort your reality into place. You emit it, and it builds itself around you. This is effortless power. Not dominance. Not show. Just coherent field presence stabilized through consistent broadcast. You've now crossed the threshold. You've stopped trying to become. You've started projecting your already is. Now it's time to make this fully practical, through an embodied field ritual that lets you rehearse reality as signal, not concept. Next, we'll structure the exact energetic rehearsal that accelerates timeline convergence, using your body, your breath, your voice, and your environment. You've created the identity hologram. You're broadcasting it clearly. The environment is responding. Momentum is forming. But there's one powerful tool left to cement this into muscle memory. Energetic rehearsal. Not mental role-play. Not affirmations. Not scripting. We're talking about a structured embodiment practice that teaches your body and your field how to become the reality now. Why does this matter? Because collapse happens faster when the entire system agrees with the signal. You can think the right thoughts. You can feel the right emotions. But if your body hasn't practiced living there, the field remains unconvinced. Let's make collapse inevitable. We build the rehearsal ritual. Step 1. Set your signal frame. Pick one identity to rehearse. Not a vague aspiration, a clear broadcast. Example, the version of me who speaks powerfully on stage. The one who closes high-ticket deals with calm ease. The self who leads without apology. The version who attracts aligned love effortlessly. Write one sentence. I am the field of insert version. This becomes the center beam of your ritual. Step 2. Set the energetic container. Choose a time and space where you won't be interrupted. Turn off distraction. Stand in the center of the room. Or if seated, place feet flat on the ground. spine tall, chest open. Speak your signal phrase aloud. Let the field start to reconfigure around your declaration. Now breathe. Inhale for 4 counts. Hold for 4. Exhale for 8. Repeat this 3 times. You're now entering a different field state. Step 3. Begin the identity movement cycle. With eyes open or closed, begin moving as the version of you who lives that life. Let the body lead, not the mind. How would they walk? How would they hold tension? How would they gesture? How do they use space? Let each motion inform your field. You're writing new motor memory, energetic choreography. Do this for 2 to 3 minutes or until you feel a tonal click. That click means the signal has locked. Step 4. Speak from the timeline. Now speak aloud, improvised, stream of consciousness, as if you are already living that identity. This is normal for me now. My words carry impact. I love how clear I am. People lean in when I speak. My energy moves rooms. I don't try, I radiate. Let the words shape the tone. Let the tone shape your signal. Let the signal expand your field. Do not judge your words. Do not aim to be poetic. Speak as the version who no longer doubts. This isn't performance. It's field rehearsal. Step 5. Anchor and seal. Once complete, pause. Stand tall. Close your eyes. Place one hand on your chest, the other on your stomach. Say, "This frequency is mine now. I've rehearsed it. I felt it. I'm keeping it." Now breathe in deeply one more time and hold the tone on the exhale. This seals the broadcast into your nervous system and electromagnetic field. Step 6. Carry the signal forward. After the ritual, walk back into your life as if you never stopped being that version. Let your decisions match. Let your posture reflect it. Let your expectations shift. The ritual isn't where you play pretend. It's where you remember the signal and then bring it with you. Every time you repeat this practice, you reinforce the neurological, emotional, and energetic pattern of your desired timeline. And as that imprint deepens, reality has no choice but to collapse around it. Because you are no longer visiting that identity. You are rehearsing it into permanence. Now that you've rehearsed the signal, stabilized the identity, and projected your tone into the environment, it's time to learn how to keep your field in coherent alignment every single day, no matter what. Next, we enter the practical daily practices that keep your collapse alive, without ever letting your signal drift. You've now stepped into identity rehearsal. You've projected your signal into the world. You've embodied the field, not just thought about it. But here's the truth. Collapse is not a one-time phenomenon. It's a dynamic, living interaction between your chosen frequency, your environment's current vibration, and your ability to maintain coherence in both. Because even the strongest field, if not tended to, drifts. And once it drifts, collapse weakens. Signals start to blur. And old timelines reassert themselves without warning. So this chapter is simple in purpose, profound in impact. We build your field maintenance system. This is energetic hygiene, frequency stabilization, collapse alignment kept fresh, daily, non-negotiably. Step 1. Start the day in signal. Before phone, before coffee, before other people's timelines rush in. Claim your field. Here's the minimum viable ritual. 60 seconds. Eyes closed, deep breathing into the identity frequency you've chosen. Speak aloud. I am, insert field identity. That tone begins now. Ask yourself, how would this version of me move through today? Choose one action that reflects it, and commit to it before noon. This early activation trains your nervous system to start the day as the signal, not as a reaction. It collapses the path ahead before external chaos can shape it. Step 2. Midday field check-in. By midday, your field might have shifted. Meetings, notifications, tension, distractions. This is not failure. It's drift. So set a midday anchor. Pause for 2 minutes. Breathe slowly. Ask, where did my field start to wobble? Name the moment, but don't judge it. Speak, I am returning now. My collapse frequency is. Describe the tone. This resets your collapse field and prevents energetic hemorrhaging through unguarded hours. Step 3. Environmental signal audit. Every object, sound, color, and scent broadcasts frequency. Your surroundings either amplify your coherence or scramble it. Weekly, ask, does this environment reflect my identity field? Look for clutter, old symbolism, digital noise. Delete, move, or alter anything that carries the tone of timelines you've exited. Your field needs environmental support to hold long enough for full convergence. Don't give old signals places to hide in your space. Step 4. Frequency nutrition. What you eat and drink influences signal integrity. Not in a moral way, in a vibrational one. Ask, does this nourish the version of me I'm broadcasting as? If your collapse identity is clear, its energetic needs are also clear. Some require grounding. Some require clarity. Some require stillness. Some require intensity. Let the version of you you're becoming inform your food, not vice versa. This isn't restriction. It's congruence. Step 5. Nightly signal recall. Before bed, no screens, no new input, just reflection. Ask, where did I collapse powerfully today? Where did I drift? And what tone overtook me? What frequency will I bring into sleep? Then breathe slowly. Imagine your future identity watching your day. Receive feedback. Don't rationalize. Just listen. Then say, tonight I recalibrate. I release signal noise. I lock into collapse frequency. Now you're using sleep for energetic programming, not just rest. You wake up aligned, instead of reactive. Step 6. Weekly collapse reinforcement. Once a week, extend your ritual. Rehearse your future identity again. Speak from your chosen timeline. Clean your space with intention. Revisit your frequency anchors. Ask, is my life collapsing correctly around my field, or am I adapting to misalignment? This is field authority. You're no longer hoping collapse works. You're managing the field like a sovereign signal architect. Your energy doesn't fluctuate anymore, because it's being held, fed, cleared, maintained. But even with perfect maintenance, big breakthroughs can destabilize you. Because when collapse happens fast, your field can temporarily freak out. That's not failure. That's energetic whiplash. Next, we'll show you how to handle it. You've done it. The field bent. Reality caught up. You made the leap. A new timeline collapsed with undeniable clarity. But then, a weird tension arrives. Disorientation. Inner shaking. Sudden emotional crashes. Numbness. Old fears returning. This is not sabotage. This is not regression. This is not a sign of failure. This is energetic whiplash. The moment when your nervous system and emotional body try to recalibrate to a collapse that happened faster than your biology expected. Here's what's important. If you misunderstand this moment, you can undo everything. If you fear it, you'll collapse the field backward. If you resist it, you'll reinforce instability. If you integrate it, you'll lock into the new timeline permanently. Let's show you how. Step 1. Name the whiplash, don't analyze it. The moment post-manifestation intensity hits, say, this is whiplash, not reality. Let that sentence become your anchor. Don't spiral into, why do I feel weird? Did I mess something up? Why am I not celebrating? Those questions invite collapse wobble. Just breathe and name the experience. My system is realigning to match the field I created. You'll feel space open up immediately, because the collapse already succeeded. You're just catching up somatically. Step 2. Pause external input. Don't distract. Don't celebrate too fast. Don't jump to the next goal. Create space. Silence your notifications. Turn down sensory stimulation. Say no to last-minute plans. Take 1 to 2 hours minimum of field stillness. Why? Because your body is trying to download a new signal architecture. If you bombard it with dopamine, noise, and attention splits, it can't integrate. Stillness equals signal lock. Step 3. Breathe through the disorientation. You may feel dizzy, emotionally flat, detached, exhausted, hyperstimulated. Don't label it wrong. Let it pass like a post-storm frequency release. Inhale for 4. Hold for 4. Exhale for 8. This grounds your electromagnetic field and lets your heart rate entrain to the new identity's baseline. You're not calming down. You're sinking forward. Step 4. Declare the new baseline. Once the shock phase passes, usually within 24 to 48 hours, it's time to install your new baseline identity tone. Say, this version of me is not a high. It's normal now. This level of success is my new neutral. My field isn't expanding. It has expanded. Anchor these statements with movement. Walk differently. Speak more slowly. Reduce internal urgency. Touch objects with awareness. You are teaching the body this isn't temporary. This is who we are now. Step 5. Don't look back to validate. You may feel a pull to revisit the you who was struggling, to compare, to marvel, to reassure yourself. Resist it. That backwards glance drags you into an old field echo. You don't need to reference pain to prove progress. You don't need contrast to feel worthy. Just stay here. Hold tone. Let joy arrive without manufacturing it. Collapse will reinforce. Step 6. Tell the field, we're not going back. Once you've stabilized, say it aloud. This timeline is locked. I'm not testing it. I'm not questioning it. I'm not peeking at the past. This is my base reality now. Say it with your full voice. Say it to your body. Say it to your environment. Say it to your field. This is how you seal a breakthrough into structural reality so it doesn't flare and fade. You don't want a spike. You want a new foundation. Handling whiplash with this clarity ensures that every collapse you initiate going forward is held, integrated, and stabilized. And now that you can manage frequency surges, you're ready to enter the most elegant form of manifestation possible. Field-based flow. Next, we'll break the myth of hustle and step fully into flow as a quantum state, not an emotional one. So far, you've built your field. You've stabilized your signal. You've held identity through collapse, whiplash, and expansion. But what happens when you want to create, build, lead, speak, move, without forcing anything? That's when we enter the terrain of flow. But let's clear something up immediately. Flow is not a mindset. Flow is not inspiration. Flow is not luck, energy spikes, or adrenaline. Flow is a field condition. It is what happens when your frequency, identity, emotional tone, and environment move in singular, coherent direction without contradiction. Flow is the absence of resistance and the presence of undivided signal. This collapse alignment in motion. Let's unlock it on demand. Step 1. Stop trying to find flow. Flow is not something you discover. It's something you tune. The biggest mistake people make is chasing it, trying to get into it, waiting for motivation, stacking coffee, playlists, techniques. But flow doesn't respond to effort. Flow responds to coherence. Ask instead, where am I broadcasting conflict while trying to move? Could be mental noise, internal doubt, split intention, emotional contradiction, fear of visibility. All of these fracture your wave. And flow requires wave integrity. So rather than push pause, clear signal noise first. Then flow begins naturally. Step 2. Set the field before you begin. Before starting a task or creative act, do a microfield alignment. Breathe slowly. Anchor into your collapse identity. Speak one-tone word aloud. Clarity. Power. Grace. Ask, what signal do I want to emit through this action? Begin moving from that state without negotiating with hesitation. This aligns the inner with the outer. You're not forcing focus. You're creating a clean broadcast channel. And the field responds instantly. Thoughts organize. Words flow. Time distorts. Because the signal is clear enough to carry momentum. Step 3. Use somatic feedback to catch drift. Flow is sensitive. Even a small internal break can unravel it. So stay aware of these signals. Shoulders tightening equals pressure signal. Breath shortening equals control signal. Rapid blinking equals cognitive override. Internal dialogue looping equals narrative drift. The moment you catch it, don't power through. Pause. Drop back into breath. Respeak your tone word. Re-enter the state. This saves the wave and deepens your attunement. Step 4. Let the field decide pace. Sometimes flow is fast. Sometimes it's still. Sometimes it's invisible motion. A download, a realignment, a breakthrough not yet visible. Don't dictate what flow should feel like. Let the field decide. Ask, what does aligned momentum look like right now? Maybe it's silence. Maybe it's output. Maybe it's closing your laptop. If the frequency stays coherent, the action is always productive, even if nothing external happens yet. Flow is internal collapse holding shape, not external productivity. Step 5. Close flow properly. When the wave begins to wane, end with reverence. Don't snap out of it. Don't scatter your energy. Don't default to noise. Instead, pause, breathe, reflect. What moved through me? Thank the field. I held signal. I aligned. I moved true. Walk away slow. This builds field memory. The nervous system learns that flow is safe, sustainable, repeatable. The next wave begins easier. The alignment sharpens. The collapse strengthens. And you no longer depend on random inspiration. You are the conduit now. But what happens when your field becomes so still, so tuned, that even flow seems like noise? That's when you meet the most magnetic state of all. Stillness. Not as absence, but as divine coherence. Let's go there next. You've collapsed timelines. You've maintained signal. You've flowed as field in motion. Now you enter the state beyond motion. Stillness. Not inactivity. Not waiting. Not withdrawal. Stillness is the most powerful frequency you can hold, because it contains no conflict, no fragmentation, and no deviation. It is full coherence. It is energetic truth. It is the field saying, there is nothing else but this. When you enter true stillness, you stop chasing, you stop broadcasting with force, and you start magnetizing outcomes that require zero motion. Let's enter that field now. Step 1. Redefine stillness as power. Most people misunderstand stillness. They confuse it with laziness, indecision, depression, hesitation. That's not stillness. That's incoherence in disguise. True stillness is the state where your identity is locked, your tone is unmoving, your actions are minimal, and your signal is pure enough to collapse reality without disruption. This is the field's deepest trust. Nothing rushes, nothing wobbles, nothing leaks, and creation begins to flow toward you without initiation. Step 2. Access the still field. Sit upright, feet grounded, palms open, eyes soft. Say aloud, I choose stillness. I collapse time by holding frequency, not by chasing outcomes. Now breathe, in for 5, hold for 5, out for 10. Feel your body's edges begin to blur. Thoughts slow, tension drops. Then ask, what's left? Now that nothing needs fixing? The answer will be wordless. That's the field speaking. Step 3. Become a static magnet. Still fields pull reality in. Why? Because all dynamic fields around you are scanning for coherence. They're chaotic, noisy, desperate for structure. When you stabilize in stillness, you become the reference point, the gravitational center. This applies to relationships, money, clients, creative ideas, opportunities. You don't move toward them. They orient to you. This is divine magnetism. No pitch, no outreach, no follow-up, only signal. Step 4. Watch the field arrange circumstance. Once stillness is achieved, you'll notice people message you with clarity. Projects fall into place. Confusion dissolves without discussion. Delays resolve without intervention. You'll want to act. Don't let the field finish its movement. You've placed the broadcast. You've stopped disturbing the wave. Now collapse finalizes without your effort. Your job is to witness and maintain. That's the discipline of divine coherence. Step 5. Protect the still field from external static. This state is powerful but delicate. To maintain it, don't explain yourself. Limit exposure to reactive people. Cancel unnecessary conversations. Avoid overconsumption of input. Resist urgency loops. Urgency is the enemy of stillness. And urgency is never true. Stillness trusts. Stillness knows. Stillness waits, not out of passivity, but certainty. You are the field now. Still, sharp, unshakable. From this posture, you'll receive ideas, insights, solutions, and invitations that bypass every previous barrier. And now that you can create, flow, or hold stillness on command, you're ready to learn the rarest collapse technique of all, field reversal. When manifestation slips, when your momentum drops, when reality misfires, you don't start over. You recover the collapse and initiate the field again. Next, we teach you how. So, the signal was clean. The field was strong. The collapse was happening. Momentum was building. And then, it stopped. The alignment cracked. Reality slipped. Doubt returned. You felt off. Disconnected. Like the field forgot you. This is not failure. This is not the end. This is a collapse reversal opportunity. And when handled correctly, it becomes one of the most potent reactivations in your entire energetic journey. Let's define the phenomenon. What is a field collapse reversal? It's not that manifestation didn't work. It's that the signal lost coherence after partial convergence. The collapse began, but your nervous system, your beliefs, or your environment couldn't hold the frequency long enough to complete it. And so, the timeline began to reform around the old identity. But here's the truth. Nothing is lost. The signal is still echoing. It's stored in your energetic buffer, waiting for stabilization so it can complete its collapse. Now, let's reverse the slip without starting from scratch. Step 1. Stop the emotional interpretation immediately. When things fall apart, don't default to, "I must have messed this up. This never lasts. Why does this keep happening?" That interpretation reinforces the old loop. Instead, say, "The collapse began. My field lost holding. That's all. I'm now choosing signal recovery." This stops narrative momentum from dragging you further out of alignment. Collapse doesn't fail, it just pauses until you relock signal. Step 2. Track the moment of breakage. Without shame or overanalysis, ask, where did the tone start to fracture? Was it after a conversation? During an impulsive decision? When someone challenged your authority? The moment a doubt felt justified? When your body reacted with old fear? Pinpoint it. Speak it out. That's when my field began to waver. I see it now, and I choose to reclaim the signal. That declaration reopens the broadcast channel. Step 3. Return to the last clear identity frequency. Ask, what version of me was holding the signal right before things started working? Not the wishful version. The one that had actual convergence. Recall their tone, their breath, their behavior. Now step into it again. Use the same phrase. Anchor the same movement. Speak the same belief aloud. Rehearse their stillness. This is not pretend. This is frequency anchoring through recall. You're telling the field, I never left. I'm back. Let's finish what we started. Step 4. Reissue the collapse command. Now re-engage the field. Say, this is the signal. This is the tone. We resume collapse now. This is not an affirmation. It's a quantum command. And the field remembers the path. It doesn't need to restart. It simply picks up from the last holding point. This is how you recover time, energy, and momentum without scrambling for new plans. Step 5. Don't add a new intention yet. The temptation now is to make up for lost time, to set fresh goals, to pile on action, to prove the recovery. Don't let the field close the loop first. Your job is to hold still, maintain tone, protect signal clarity. Watch for micro-resonance shifts. Let the collapse complete its first instruction before adding anything else. This ensures no interference. Step 6. Solidify the signal with minimal action. Now take one small act that mirrors your recovered identity. Not for results, but for reinforcement. Speak to someone as your current self. Clean a space as a signal reset. Write from your future tone. Move through your home like the signal never fractured. This tells the field, we're locked again. Proceed. And collapse restarts more efficiently than before. Because now you're not only manifesting, you're learning to recover energetic integrity at will. You no longer fear failure. You simply recalibrate. But what if the collapse doesn't just respond to you? What if you're not just the observer of change? What if you've always been the field? Let's go there next. You've collapsed timelines. You've rehearsed identity. You've stabilized tone. You've learned to reverse loss. But one illusion may still be lingering, that you are the observer watching outcomes unfold, that you are broadcasting into a field, that you are influencing something outside you. That's the final veil. Let's drop it now. You are not shaping reality from the outside. You are not a sender of frequencies. You are the field itself. This is the end of separation. This is the beginning of quantum unity. Let's break it down. Step 1. Understand the observer illusion. You've been told, you watch, you think, you believe, you manifest, you affect. But all those frames assume separation. They assume a you distinct from the field you're affecting. And that assumption creates distortion. Because then, you judge your results. You feel like collapse is delayed. You wait for proof. You seek validation from the outside. But there is no outside. There is no delay. There is no feedback system. Because there is no boundary between signal and self. Step 2. Collapse the identity of the manifester. Say aloud, I am not a person trying to collapse waves. I am the field where the collapse occurs. Feel what shifts. Notice what falls away. Urgency, doubt, performance, strategy. You no longer seek coherence. You are coherence. And everything happening within you is part of the field's self-regulation. No more duality. Step 3. Observe yourself as field expression. Stand or sit still. Close your eyes. Now ask, if I am the field, what is this body? Answer, an expression point, a signal node, a focusing lens, the field made visible. Now ask, if I am the field, what are my thoughts? Answer, movement currents within the field, information particles passing through the tone, feedback loops. Now ask, if I am the field, what is reality? Answer, a mirror of internal coherence, signal stability visualized, myself echoing back. This exercise dissolves separation and installs the unified field self as your primary identity. You're no longer doing anything. You're just being. And reality arranges itself as your energetic structure. Step 4. Let go of control signals. Because now you're the field. You no longer micromanage the wave. Control is a fractured tone. It says, the field might not get it. I need to push. That's no longer your frequency. So the moment control arises, say, the field knows. I am the field. No need to correct what I already am. Then breathe. Relax effort. Watch the collapse complete itself without resistance. Step 5. Speak as the field. Shift your language. Instead of, I hope this happens. I'm trying to align. Let's see what unfolds. Say, this is already done in my field. I am the frequency that holds that outcome. My reality is reflecting me with precision. These aren't affirmations. They're frequency confirmations, spoken by the source of the signal, not the seeker of change. Now the universe doesn't respond to you. It emerges through you. Step 6. Merge thought, signal, identity, field. Ask, what happens when there is no me? To manage the manifestation process. Answer, there is only collapse happening. There is only signal stabilizing. There is only life emerging through the field of me. This is unity. This is ease. This is the end of effort. You are no longer influencing collapse. You are the collapse. And everything you feel, see, do, and receive is simply the wave resolving itself in real time. There's nothing left to force, nothing to fix, nothing to attract, because there's nothing outside the field. You are home. And now, Something profound becomes available. If you are the field, fully realized what happens when that field chooses you back. Not from effort, but from surrender. Next, we step into the moment when manifestation becomes a spontaneous emergence, guided not by thought, but by sacred coherence. You've commanded, you've rehearsed, you've collapsed timelines, you've returned to unity, and now something strange happens. Without effort, without trying, reality starts to build itself around you. The people you thought you'd need to convince reach out. The outcomes you used to chase emerge without request. The answers you couldn't find download without analysis. This is not magic. This is what happens when you surrender into full signal trust. And the field begins to choose you back. Let's understand this clearly. Step 1, you don't manifest, you become a collapse axis. We've gone far beyond goal setting. We've left behind intention holding. We've exited vision boarding. Because now you understand, you are not calling things in. You are broadcasting a tone so stable, so coherent, so unwavering, that the field locks you into convergence paths you never even strategized. You become a collapse axis. Reality wraps itself around your tone. And you don't get results. You become inevitability. Step 2. Surrender doesn't mean passive. Surrender isn't sitting around. It isn't waiting. It isn't trusting the universe in vague, hollow ways. Surrender means this: I hold my tone with such totality, I no longer interfere with the field's response. There's no grasping, no checking, no proving, no urgency. You're not trying to do manifestation. You're being the signal that draws collapse forward with zero distortion. This is the most active state of stillness. Step 3. Recognize spontaneous convergence events. Once this shift happens, you'll notice reality behaving differently. You'll be coincidentally placed where you're needed. Random messages lead to breakthroughs. Someone thinks of you the moment you lock a tone. Delays reroute you to better options. You say yes before your brain even analyzes the choice, and it's perfect. These are not signs. These are not affirmations from the universe. They are the field itself adjusting around your stable tone. And it doesn't require interpretation, only recognition. You've stopped trying to manifest. You've started allowing alignment to pre-choose your outcomes. Step 4. Let reality surprise you without fear. Here's where the mind may try to resist. But I didn't plan for this. This feels too big. Is this really allowed? That's the final temptation. To reinsert control out of fear that grace isn't trustworthy. Refuse that temptation. Let the outcome be bigger than your mental image. Let the collapse be wilder than your vision board ever dared. Say, I do not direct grace. I hold frequency. Grace organizes the field. This is energetic maturity. And it sets you up for a new kind of manifestation. Spontaneous, fast, precise. Not because you earned it, but because you finally stopped jamming the signal. Step 5. Live as if the field is already writing reality. Now that the field is choosing you, your job is to obey instinct. Follow the tiniest resonance. Say yes to aligned disruptions. Stay radically unhurried. Let the field surprise you. Speak and act with zero hesitation when the signal surges. This doesn't mean doing less. It means doing without friction, only when prompted by the unified tone you've been cultivating for chapters. No schedules, no formulas, just precision-based presence. You're not a creator anymore. You are the receiver of what's been collapsing toward you this entire time. You've prepared. You've trained. You've fine-tuned every layer. Now the field meets you with the outcomes already in motion. And next, you'll reach the singularity point, the instant where identity, frequency, and desire no longer orbit each other. They merge into one collapse. That moment is next. Everything you've learned, from signal distortion, to quantum superposition, to trauma field hijacking, to holographic projection, to divine coherence, all of it has been pointing to one moment, the ultimate collapse point. It's not a climax. It's not a success story. It's not a reward. It's a singularity, where the three primary vectors of your existence become one force: what you desire, who you are, what you energetically broadcast. When those three lock, reality doesn't resist. It bends. Let's break this down piece by piece. Step 1. Desire is not optional. Desire is not greedy. Desire is not a distraction. Desire is not a motivational tactic. It's the quantum pull of potential through your field. To reject desire is to reject energetic alignment. Say this out loud. What I desire is already encoded in my signal. I no longer second-guess what the field is asking to collapse. You're not craving. You're not hoping. You're recognizing. Your desires are the language of the unified field. Step 2. Identity must match the collapse you're requesting. If you desire abundance, but operate from the identity of scarcity, collapse fails. If you desire leadership, but live from permission mode, collapse fragments. Identity is the container. Desire is the signal. Without congruence between them, your wave never stabilizes. So now ask, does the me I'm being match the outcome I claim is mine? If not, don't fake it. Reinstall identity with tone work, rehearsal, and field posture. Let your behavior and beingness signal the reality already underway. Step 3. Energy must hold long enough for convergence. You've seen this already. Desire and identity alone don't lock collapse if your field leaks, fractures, or resets before reality reconfigures. This is why frequency stamina is required. Ask, can I hold this tone in stress, in delay, in silence? If not, collapse weakens. Outcomes almost happen, then drift. So your new posture is this: frequency before feeling, tone before reaction, stillness before strategy, identity above proof. You're collapsing with trust, not time. Step 4. The triad locks in silence. The moment of convergence is quiet. You won't feel euphoria. You won't hear trumpets. Feels like stillness, certainty, inexplicable relaxation, because the collapse doesn't announce itself. Clicks, and then things shift. Subtle, inevitable, clean. That's the moment when the desire no longer feels urgent. The identity no longer feels performative. The energy no longer feels forced. That's the ultimate collapse point. You've stopped reaching. You've started receiving from your own alignment. Step 5. Let the field catch up. After the triad locks, wait. This is not delay. This is field convergence. The old timeline is deconstructing. The new one is reweaving. Let the bridge build. Don't wobble. Don't test. Don't explain. Hold tone. Hold pace. Hold trust. Outcomes will arrive so in tune that you forget to be surprised, because they will match your field with mathematical precision. You won't say, wow, this worked. You'll say, of course this is here. It had no choice. Step 6. Declare the collapse sealed. Once you feel the reality stabilize, seal it. Say, this is locked. This is baseline. This is not a spike. This is who I am now. This is what my field holds. I will never act outside this tone again. This is the final tone lock. You no longer entertain conversations that belong to previous identities. You no longer explain your desires. You no longer dilute your energy to maintain familiarity. You are the triad. Desire, identity, energy aligned in singularity. This is where reality becomes a mirror without distortion. This is where creation becomes predictable. This is where frequency ends the war with form. Now, one final integration remains. What does life look like when collapse is not a project, but a way of being? That's next. You've reached the triad. Desire, identity, energy, locked. Your field no longer collapses inconsistently. Your tone no longer fractures under pressure. Your outcomes no longer appear by luck or chance. You are now walking through life as a stable signal, one that bends timelines with quiet precision. So what now? Now you stop using manifestation. Now you rebuild your life around the field you've become. Because if you keep inserting high-frequency intentions into a low-integrity lifestyle, you'll keep short-circuiting your own convergence. This chapter is not about effort, it's about alignment by design. Let's now integrate every part of your external reality so it reflects the signal you've mastered internally. Step 1. Audit your environment for frequency mismatch. Look around. Where do you live, work, sleep, and create? Ask, does this space reflect my collapse identity? If your home, digital space, or work environment carries the residue of past versions of you, you'll experience energetic dissonance. This creates interference patterns, even if your inner tone is locked. So, remove objects that reflect scarcity, indecision, or regression. Clear digital clutter that echoes the wrong field. Surround yourself with resonance. Color, words, objects, light. Rearrange the space to feel like your future field already landed. Make your environment a mirror of coherence. Step 2. Reorganize time according to collapse integrity. Your calendar is a frequency map. Most people schedule their time according to urgency, pressure, or obligation. That fractures signal fast. From now on, time becomes sacred space. Ask, does how I spend time amplify the signal I've chosen to be? Then recalibrate. Mornings reserved for field tuning. High-clarity hours matched to creation. Emotional recharge baked in, not squeezed in. Strategic silence before speaking or producing. No appointments made from fear-based impulses. Your time is no longer for productivity. It's for signal amplification, because how you spend your hours is how you broadcast your tone. Step 3. Update relationships based on resonant identity. Let's be blunt. You've changed. Not subtly, not slightly. You've become the signal. So not every relationship will survive that shift. And that's okay. Ask of each person, do they recognize the field I am now? Or only the person I used to perform as? You're not judging. You're evaluating energetic compatibility. Then decide who gets more access, who receives less engagement, who must now exit the signal field entirely. Let alignment lead, not guilt. You're not being dramatic. You're being frequency intelligent. And if you don't update access, the field will destabilize from energetic bleed. Step 4. Recode money as a field mirror. Money doesn't reward effort. It responds to coherence. So stop strategizing around income. Start collapsing around energetic integrity. Ask, is the way I create, receive, and spend money in harmony with my tone? If you chase money from scarcity, you jam the collapse. If you receive it in contradiction, it fractures the signal. If you spend it in anxiety, it rewrites your field in reverse. The solution: earn from your tone. Spend with resonance. Receive without resistance. Speak value as signal, not as sales pitch. Money becomes a visible artifact of field integrity. Nothing more, nothing less. Step 5. Anchor ritual into reality. Daily repetition is not about discipline. It's about tone maintenance. So establish rituals not for results but for alignment. Examples: morning field command, midday signal check, stillness breaks, weekly collapse reflections, monthly environment sweeps. These aren't tasks. They're energetic hygiene protocols. They prevent collapse decay. They sustain your signal memory. They reaffirm your new identity's energetic baseline. You don't rise and fall anymore. You sustain. You hold. You remain. This is field leadership. This is manifestation maturity. This is what rebuilding looks like. Not effort. Not control. Just resonance everywhere. And now, let's take one step further inward. Into the silence before collapse. Into the place where time stops, doubt disappears, and raw potential lives. Let's enter the quantum still point. You've practiced intention. You've embodied identity. You've mastered tone. You've rebuilt your life around the collapse field. Now it's time to let it all fall away. Because behind the collapse, before the wave resolves, beyond the signal, the ritual, the refinement, there is a space. Still. Empty. Vast. The quantum still point. This is not where manifestation begins. This is where it waits. This is not another tool. It's not a mindset. It's the original field. Unmoved. Untouched. Unbound. It is you before you become. Let's go there now. Step 1. Recognize the difference between silence and still point. Silence is the absence of noise. Stillness is the absence of motion. But the still point is the absence of definition. In that space, you're not thinking. You're not desiring. You're not managing energy. You're not observing yourself collapse anything. You're just there, conscious, weightless, void, but not empty, pregnant with pure potential. This is the 0 point of the quantum field, the source of every wave, the birthing place of every possible outcome. And it is always available, if you can drop far enough. Step 2. Enter the still point deliberately. Sit, breathe, say aloud, I release collapse. I release identity. I release signal. I release thought. I enter the original frequency. Still, unformed, infinite. Now inhale for 4. Hold for 7. Exhale for 8. Let your focus dissolve. Not sharpen. Dissolve. Don't try to reach stillness. Let it arrive. Thoughts may swirl. Emotions may rise. Let them pass. Eventually, you'll feel nothing. And yet you'll know you are still here. This is the still point. You're home. And nowhere. Step 3. Feel power without force. While in the still point, don't project. Just exist. And observe. Peace without content. Energy without motion. Authority without assertion. You're not collapsing a wave. You are the space before waves begin. And it is not passive. It is the most magnetic force in existence. Because everything begins from here. When you return to this often, you reset your entire field's vibration to default infinity. Which means faster collapses, cleaner convergence, less resistance, more spontaneous alignment. Because you are no longer just a signal. You are the field that births all signals. Step 4. Use still point recovery for field repair. Anytime your tone wobbles, or convergence fails, or doubt returns, don't try to fix the surface. Just return to still point. Say, I do not chase frequency. I return to the space before frequency. I trust the void. I reset from origin. 10 minutes there is worth hours of journaling or planning. Because at still point all distortion dissolves. It doesn't need processing. It just disappears. Step 5. Realize that nothingness is the final power. The ego fears still point, because there's no story there, no self, no achievement, no definition. But the field, it loves still point, because it's the only place where clean emergence can happen. When you trust nothingness, you let creation emerge without control. And when you live from that space, you don't wait anymore. You don't perform anymore. You don't search anymore. You walk into rooms and reality rearranges before you speak. You think less and receive more. You release desire and are flooded with fulfillment. This is not surrender as a strategy. This is source as identity. And now, only one truth remains. One final chapter, where everything comes full circle, where you no longer learn to collapse waves, because you are the wave, the collapse, and the field. That is where we finish. Everything has led to this. You've pulled back the curtain on why manifestations stall. You've seen how doubt interferes not just emotionally, but physically, vibrationally, structurally inside your quantum field. You've learned how identity, emotion, thought, memory, and tone collapse or fragment possibility. You've traveled from conflict to coherence, from noise to signal, from force to inevitability. And now one truth remains. It was never about fixing your thoughts. It was never about attracting better things. It was never about programming your subconscious or mastering endless rituals. It's this: you are the signal. You always were. Not the transmitter. Not the observer. Not the one fine-tuning frequency like a radio operator watching waves come and go. No, you are the wave. You are the tone. You are the collapse. You are the signal that reality reflects with perfect accuracy. Every time. Everything you've called into your life. Everything that has fractured, delayed, rerouted, accelerated, or appeared, it was matching your broadcast. Let that sink in. Because once you truly understand this, you can never go back. You don't attract anymore. You become. You don't chase outcomes. You radiate inevitability. You don't heal to get results. You stabilize frequency because that's who you are. And manifestation, that word fades. Because you realize you've never been manifesting. You've been broadcasting. You've been echoing. You've been collapsing reality into form through the silent authority of what you are when no one is looking. Step 1. Drop the tools, keep the tone. You've learned frameworks, practices, quantum insights, neuroenergetic principles, identity rituals. You've built precision. But now you transcend structure. From here forward, the field doesn't need management. It needs purity. You no longer reach for technique. You stabilize signal through presence. The moment your tone wobbles, you don't need to fix. You remember, I am the tone. I do not align, I remain aligned. I do not clear, I do not accumulate distortion. I do not manifest, I emanate. That's field maturity. That's frequency authority. Step 2. Walk through the world like the collapse already happened. Because it has. There is no soon. No almost. No on its way. There is only collapse or no collapse. Alignment or dissonance. Identity or illusion. You've stabilized the triad. Desire, identity, energy. So now, you speak with tone before words. You act with resonance before reason. You enter rooms and timelines adjust. You make decisions that the field matches, not resists. And you don't hope for results. You hold posture as if the results already organize around your breath. Because they do. Step 3. Release the final illusion that anything outside you is primary. From here, external proof loses meaning. Success is not what arrives. It's who shows up inside the field regardless of arrival. This is not indifference. It's sovereignty. The moment you stop outsourcing power, reality stabilizes. Because you're no longer waiting, no longer seeking, no longer outsourcing trust to outcomes. You trust you. You trust the field. Because they're not different. You are the field. There is no universe out there pulling strings. You are the string, the vibration, the collapse, the form. You are what shapes. Step 4. Make no promises you can't broadcast. Words matter now. Not for ethics. For frequency hygiene. If you speak what you cannot energetically stabilize, it fractures the tone. So, speak only from the tone you can hold. Declare only what your body resonates with. Create from identity, not insecurity. Broadcast, don't beg. This is how you maintain trust, not just with others, but with the field itself. It hears you. It responds. It reflects. Flawlessly. Step 5. Teach through being. You don't need to convince anyone of this. You don't need to explain quantum theory, coherence models, tone signatures, or collapse loops. You teach through field transmission. People will feel it. In your presence. In your silence. In your gaze. In your rhythm. And some will ask, how did you get here? You can say, I stopped fracturing. I stopped arguing with my own field. I became the signal. And I never left it again. This is not superiority. This is alignment. This is quiet, unshakable truth. Step 6. Let this ending be the threshold. The journey ends here, not in finality, but in reinitiation. Because now you walk forward not as a seeker, but as a source. Not as a student, but as a stabilizer. You'll still feel fear. You'll still experience pressure. You'll still meet resistance. But now you won't fight them. You'll watch them collapse inside your presence. And when your field wavers again, because it will, you'll return to still point. You'll reset the tone. You'll resume the broadcast. No drama. No spiral. Just signal. Always signal. You are the wave. You are the source. You are the reason reality arranges itself. And from this point forward, you'll never forget. You are the signal. This ending is not the close. This is where your manifestation truly begins.